Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
One 19:33 says, teach me, O Yahuwah, the way of your statutes, and I shall guard it unto the end. I must hear and obey. I must do what you say. It's your will that I seek. Let your Torah abide in me. I must hear and obey. I must do what you say. It's your will that I seek. Let your Torah abide in me. This is my prayer. This is my prayer. This is my prayer. Oh, Yahuwah. Rain on us. Breathe through us. Live in us. Oh, Yahuwah. Rain on us. Breathe through us. I will go where you say go. I will move where you say move. It's your will that I see. Let your Torah abide in me. I will go where you say go. I will move when you say move. It's your will that I see. Let your Torah abide in me. Rain on us. Breathe through us. Live in us. Oh, Yahuwah. Oh, rain on us. Breathe through
Shabbat shalom, family.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, family.
Shabbat shalom.
I got you. It's good to see you all. Welcome. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High also bring you blessings throughout the duration of your life. And as you know, every time we begin class, we have a little bit we want to talk about prior to getting into the gist of everything. And this time I want to speak about just a little bit about the condition of our people as far as our finances. Black people, I think, is the 7th richest of the nations. I believe it is. I haven't done the statistics checks, but one of you can check it out for me. Black people make more money than almost every nation on the planet, but we're the poorest of all the people. We have to take hold and begin to think about our condition and our finances. We are so in debt, a lot of us. We're so far in debt that it's very difficult for us to do the simplest of things like pay rent, mortgage, car insurance, buy food to supply the needs of our families and our homes. And a lot of this happens because there are so many other things in our lives that's disarray, that's out of order, that we don't have it sequenced to a certain way that we handle it. Our lives is just all over the place. We wake up most of the days and we just do whatever comes to us in that day. Our days are not planned. We don't think about, at the end of the day, we should think about what we did that day and begin to organize and categorize how we could have did things differently so that as the next day approaches, we can bring a new flavor to the next day and get more results, more positive results from the next day. There's so many little things that impede our growth and our development as a people. You know, we think that we can just do this just by uniting. But if we don't have like minds, we're not going to be able to unite for any substantial amount of time. We have to have very similar like minds. Scriptures teach us that. We have to be focused, at least our habits have to be very similar. We don't have to all think alike and do alike, but our habits, our conditioning must be similar, because if I'm a well-organized person and you a disarrayed person, we're going to have a problem. We're going to clash and we're not going to get along. We're not going to be able to work together. I'm not going to want to visit you. I ain't going to want to eat at your house because it's nasty, it's dirty, it's your order and your structure in your life. And I'm not saying everyone is like that. I'm saying these are the types of problems. And I know you all got that person that you look at, you say, I ain't gonna never eat their house, because you see what it is that I'm speaking of. In order for us to get this thing together, we have to get our finances together. But before we can get our finances together, we have to get the simplicity things together in our lives in order for greater things to fall in place. That's the point I'm trying to make. The simplicity of our lives have to be in order first before we can bring the greater things in condition. So I'd like you all to take a listen to what this guy got to say about
deep
what
in
it is that I'm
disorder.
talking about.
The wealthy don't tolerate disorganization. The poor leave everything lying around. Shoes at the entrance, clothes on the chair. The wealthy put each thing in its place. The poor have a room full of distractions. Days-old food, dirty clothes, dog, cat, everything. The wealthy keep their space clean because they understand that their environment affects their focus. The poor say, I'll fix it later. The wealthy fix it in the moment. The wealthy do what's right. The poor do what's easiest. The disorder doesn't stay in the room. It turns into bad decisions, into lack of discipline, into mental chaos. How to take care of the environment so it pushes your life upward is in my book. It's on my profile, in case you want to take a look.
See, the points he's talking about that's most important is structuring your life. When a situation or a problem or anything develops in your life, handle it. Don't prolong it. Don't put it off. And what we don't know is that a lot of this stuff we're teaching to our children, because we ourselves do and have this same type of behavior. And if we have this type of behavior, what happens is it shows in other areas of our lives. Disorganization, non-communication, non-cleanliness, non-order, non-tidiness. You know, when it's time to do something, we prolong it. We put it off to the very last minute before we handle it. I know you all are aware of what I'm speaking of, but the point I'm trying to make is that this goes a whole lot deeper than you just having a junky house, than you just having a junky car. That's where it starts. And it leans over into every other aspect of your life. When I started off, I started talking about our finances. We buy what we desire to have, and then we beg for what we need. You know that scripture, right? You buy what you want, and then you beg for what you need. And this happens a lot of times with us because we are unorganized. We don't categorize the needs and necessities in our lives, and we should. We don't have to be on the bottom of the totem pole. If our people got together, organized, structured, and everybody followed the format and followed the plan, this thing would reverse overnight. Our condition would change overnight. But too many of us are laxy-daisy when it comes to the simplest of things like structure and organization and cleanliness, you know, those types of skills. We don't pay attention to those things because we don't think they're important. For the most part, we don't think those things are relevant. But let me share this portion with you. And I want you to hear what this guy has to say about one of the reasons why we're in a condition financially where we are. Now, he's going to come from a place that a lot of us are not thinking of. You know, we all think that we need to get ahead. We need to do this, as the statistic says, how we're supposed to get ahead and how you're supposed to show that you're mature and you're developed in this society. But he's going to let you know, he's going to show something to you where a lot of us make a mistake when it comes to financial growth and financial development. So let's see what he has to say.
Get out of debt.
Get out of debt.
Do everything you can to get out of debt as quickly as you can. And Oprah was the one who I'm going to quote in relation to this, where she was like, what debt does is it places you firmly on the ground in the rat race. The moment you are able to extricate yourself from debt, you shoot up 30,000 feet and you're able to look down and everything slows down.
How much debt do you have in your life? Think about it. Go this way. How good is your credit for the average one of us? So even if we came together as a people, what can we really do if we don't have the proper things in place that we're able to excel to the next level? If we all got bad credit, and if we all are nasty and dirty, we're not organizing, we're not structuring, we're not compartmentalizing, we're not preparing for tomorrow, today. If we're all in that condition, but yet we're all together, what do we expect to achieve? Somebody or some of us in the group who's going to be the head of that group, the leaders of that group, or the initiators are going to have some organization skills. We're going to have some discipline about us. And we're going to have to take that discipline and hand it down to the next generations to come so that they can take it another level and get better at these things than where we are. How's your credit, family? Just ask yourself, just on the average, you're listening, you're hearing, how's your credit? How much debt do you have in your life that when you go and apply for something, they deny you from the door because your score is 300, 200, 100, and you're not working on it? What he's saying is, if we ever want to do anything great in this life, if we ever want to be anything great in this life, there are different things that's holding us back. And one of those things are debt. So many of us have so much debt that we just walk away from the debt. We just ignore it because we don't see a way for us to come up out of it. Let's see what he has to say. Let's finish this out, please.
So you start making strategic choices as opposed to just reacting to what is buffeting you on any given day. And that's how you scale.
You see
You
what he
can't
said?
scale while you're in the melange of like,
You see what he's saying? You understand what he's saying? He's saying stop going off your emotions and buying everything that you see that you think you want. And focus on the things that you need in your life. Too often, we get what we like as opposed to what we need. And then when our funds are low, we think about what we need. And then we got to go beg somebody to help us out, to give us a hand. You know, and us being parents, our children have that same mindset. And when you get out of that mindset as the adult, your child has been affected for the duration of their lives or from the beginning of their lives. And therefore, they're coming to you. Oh, Ima, I need this. Oh, Abba, I need this. Whereas, had they been following the same guidelines that I'm presenting to you today, more than likely they wouldn't have to come to you for these things. But they'll take trips, they take vacations, they go buy cars, they go buy bikes, they go buy all these things that they don't need. New clothes, new shoes, they go to shows, they traveling around the world, they do all types of things. Anybody having a party in another state, they got transportation to go there and do all those things. But the things that they need in life, they call you for, because they have to beg for the things they need, because what they do, they have learned from you. So you can't really get mad. But what you have to do is begin to condition them. And if you're a parent and you got young children, then you need to start the conditioning now. Because if you don't, our situation is only going to worsen. And it's going to be handed down and handed down and handed down. And we're going to have generation after generation of poverty in our lives.
I've got to pay off my car. I've got to pay off the And so you go, okay, easy for you to say, you have the money to pay off your debt. She goes, no, I've been out of debt for over 30 years. I took my paycheck and I put it towards my mortgage. I overpaid my mortgage till it was gone. Why? What is mortgage? M-O-R-T.
Death something.
Death payment.
Right.
I want y'all to look at the other guy in the blue shirt. When this guy just introduced what a mortgage was and what the word mortgage means, look at the guy in the blue shirt.
What is mortgage? M-O-R-T.
Death something.
Death payment.
Right. More in French is death.
Yeah. Your mortgage, mort, is death.
Yeah.
It's a death payment. So till you die, it is designed to be something you are paying. That's the design.
That's what I wanted to cover. I just wanted us to see that part of this form of information. Now I have something else that I like to present to the family. Can you all see that? Okay. I want to read this so that for those of us who can't see it, I want to read it. So I did a search and I did, how much debt does Black people have? And we all know that the majority of us are extremely in debt, the majority of us. But how do we compare to the other nations? So here we go. While overall debt varies by specific households and total cumulative national figures for a single racial group are not tracked as a single total dollar amount. Studies show that Black borrowers often carry a disproportionate debt burden related to their wealth. For example, now I want you to see if this hits home with you or anybody in your family that you know. The average Black college graduate accumulates about $53,340 in student loans. That's debt. Then you got a car note. Then you got insurance. Then you got to pay, well, some of us got mortgages. Then you got mortgages. Then don't let you have children, because if you have children, that's more debt. We don't think about this when we enter into these relationships and we go through life about how we going to make it, how we going to survive. Therefore, what we do is we women along the way. And when you're winning it along the way, usually you end up suffering and your debt get higher, higher, and higher, and you end up being lower, lower, and lower on the totem pole financially, being able to take and provide for yourself. And you have to get on Section 8. You have to get on food stamps, public assistance in some type of way. You go to the shelter. Some of us go stay in the shelter for a little while, all because we misaligned our lives. We didn't organize and structure our lives appropriately. We allowed disarray to start on the smallest level, and then it grew and grew and grew, and now it's out of control. Think about your children. Just think about your children for a minute. Or think about some of your friends that you know that are broke, that are in debt, that can't keep a job. I ain't say the ones that got a job and can keep a job. I'm saying the ones that can't keep a job. Think about them for a minute. The ones that's always calling you, asking for things. Think about them for a minute. If you're that intimate with them, how do they keep their homes? How do they keep their cars? How do they even keep their appearance? You know, wealthy people look one way because they choose to look that way. We're not talking about that instance. We're talking about how they keep their appearance because they can't do any better. You know, what are their habits like? And then I want you to think about some of your people that you know that are pretty well off. I'm not even talking about wealthy. I'm just talking about pretty well off. Think about some of the people you know that's pretty well off. How is their lifestyle? How are their habits? How is their home? Is it clean? Is it junky? How is their car? Is it clean? Is it junky? How is their bodies? The clothes they wear, they look like they organized, structured. Are they decent? You got to think about these things. And then you look at your children. If you know people with children, analyze their children and the structure of their children, and look into the lives of their children and see how their children are living or how your children are living. You might have a child that's neat and clean. You can almost guarantee that that child is going to be successful when he becomes an adult. But then you got another child that's raggedy, dirty, trashy, all over the place. You can almost guarantee that he's going to be a failure in life because of his condition. We organize and we teach our children, we structure our children in their youth so that when they grow and they develop, the things that we instill in them are growing and developing with them. So how many of us think about teaching our children how to organize their homes or their rooms or their houses, their apartments, whatever our children may have? How many of us think about going over there, showing them how to properly? It's not too late. It doesn't matter what age they are. It's not too late. Oftentimes, we ourselves got to learn first. And I see a lot of smiley faces, like people laughing about this conversation. But this is really a serious issue because it goes from the individual being unorganized, being unsuccessful, and it branches out to the nation being unorganized and unsuccessful. And then we turn around and wonder why every other nation of people laughs at us. They call us the worst because we're at the bottom of the pole. We have the means to come up and to be a great nation in this earth. Matter of fact, we have the means to take control of this planet. But the problem is that people like myself, who's focusing in on these issues, are being laughed at and ridiculed. And nobody wants to hear what he has to say. Nobody wants to conform to decency and order. And that's what's holding us back in his lifetime. We talking about serving the Most High, but the Most High has order and structure in everything that he does. We too must have order and structure in our lives as well. Everything that we do has to be meticulously laid out and planned and organized ahead of time. Not that if the school starts today, let's look at our example for our school, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim. School starts August the 30th. We don't wait till August the 1st to make preparations for August the 30th. We don't wait till August the 20th to make preparations for August the 30th. We don't wait till August the 25th to make preparations for August the 30th. And we definitely don't get up early in the morning on August the 30th expected to get everything done. We began last year what we had to do for this year. We only did small portions. Then we began months later, but those months later were still many months prior to the school year beginning. We had to get things in order. You take your time, you move, you slow pace it. And then eventually when you get to that time that the thing is needed that you have been preparing for, you're fully prepared. That's how Black men must enter into this world today. And the only way that Black men and Black women are going to enter into this world like that today is that when you start them in their youth. My little son, 2 years old, he already know what the trash can is. In multiple languages, he know what the trash can is. And when he finished cleaning up, they got a little cleanup song. They play a little cleanup song where he goes around, clean up, little big cat, time to clean up, something like that. So he goes around, he knows the song. He knows what it means. All you got to do is hum the tune, and he knows that means it's time to clean up. We're trying to do our very best to teach organizations skills to our youth so that when they develop into adults, they'll be a whole lot further advanced. I promise you, if you start organizing now, no matter how disarray your life is, the moment that you finish cleaning one room, you'll feel a whole lot better. You just feel like a whole weight has been lifted up off of you. Just one room. Now imagine cleaning your whole house. Sometimes I get invited out to people's houses. I don't even want to go in because the outside looks so bad. I don't even want to go in. And then when I get in, they say, hey, you want something to eat? Nah, I'm fasting. I just started that fast 5 minutes ago, but I'm fasting. No, you know why? Because you don't want to get sick. You don't want to get poisoned. And I don't mean to sound like I'm better than anybody else. All I'm saying is that I'm more organized and more structured than a lot of other people. And you should be too. You should be the same way. Because that's what's going to get us ahead. That's what's going to propel us into the future with a brighter future. Let's finish reading this. The average Black college graduate accumulates about $53,340 in student loan debt. Ask yourself, for any of you who've been to college, how much debt do you have from college? Is it a lot? Are you still in debt and you went to college 10, 15, 20 years ago? Are you still in debt? The majority of us, we are. But it's all a part of how we're living. It's all a part of how we put priorities in our lives, and most of us don't. We'd rather get a new car. You know, we'd rather get some new shoes than to pay off our debt and get a good credit score. We'd rather wear clothes that look real good in Versace and Louis Vuitton and can't wait to get the newest Gucci bag rather than to pay off our debt and clean up our lives. But you don't understand, by paying off your debt and cleaning up your life, it does something to the structure of your brain. It makes you a better overall individual. It makes you a more successful individual. But a lot of us can't see that. Higher borrowing. About 28 to 36% of Black adults carry student loan debt, which is a higher percentage than other racial groups. Now, we're not even going to talk about whether you should or should not go to college. We're not going to talk about that. And if you do graduate college and you got a doctor's degree, and for some of you who don't know, having a law degree is a doctorate degree in law. I didn't know that. They taught me that in school. Having a law degree and a doctor's degree is the same thing, but you have a doctor's degree in law. Lawyers are doctors of law. All right? So think about some of the people that you know that are lawyers and doctors that's just been out of school for the last 20 years. Ask them how much debt they got. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. Because law school takes 4 years. Master's degree takes 4 years. Bachelor's degree takes 3 years. Those things take time, and it's an accumulation of debt. And by the time you get out of school, you 100, $200,000 in the hole from the door. And you're a black man. When the first job you get, it's not going to pay as much as it needs to pay, or as your counterpart would get. The pay that you get is going to take a while for you to do all the things you got to live in life and get ahead. It's not going to work that way. Mostly, it doesn't work that way. But if your parents taught you strategic skills as you were developing, you would stay away from certain things that would jeopardize your financial freedom. We don't do that. We smoke, we get high, we drink. If you added up all the monies that you used to smoke weed and to smoke cigarettes and to drink liquor, if you add that all up a month, you'll have several hundreds of dollars right there, maybe $1,000 just from that one thing. So if you took the money, the alcohol money, the weed money, the cigarette money, if you took that $1,000 and invested it in an S&P 500, some kind of financial group or some type of investment group, if you invested that $1,000 a month, you will be pretty wealthy by the time you're 10 years in. By the time you're 15 or 20 years in, and you would have alleviated yourself from the health issues that you was bringing upon yourself from drinking and smoking, both marijuana and cigarettes. You would have alleviated yourself from many of those health issues, but you would have also conditioned your brain to think strategically. You start in those areas of life first, and they branch off to other areas of your life. A lot of people walk around and look at people and say, oh, he got money, he got money. It ain't that he got money. He's just organized. He doesn't allow his desires to overpower his needs. He doesn't allow his likes to overpower his needs. He go get what he needs, and then he don't have to beg for what he needs later. He can make a decision whether he buys what he wants. He can make that decision, but he'll make that decision strategically, knowing that if I take $25 from here, I'm not going to have that $25 to go to there. Do I have enough to do that and still be successful in providing myself with the needs in my life? Most of us don't think like that. Most of us will go to the store. They tell me don't go shopping when you're hungry. They tell me don't never go food shopping when you're hungry, because you'll end up buying things that you don't even want, sometimes things you don't even need, because psychologically your stomach talks to you. Most of us go to the stores or go to the market and come out the store with things that we didn't even know we needed because we don't need it. We'll come home with items that wasn't even on our grocery list, because our desires kick in when we're in the midst. And don't get a check. Don't get a check from nowhere. Couple $100, it's going to be gone in a few minutes. You're going to get on the internet and start buying the things that you thought about buying 2 months ago, but you didn't have the money to get it. Now, as soon as you get that check, that money is gone. It's because we are unconditioned. Our minds are untrained financially when it comes to finances, let alone the hardship that's out here facing us, the challenges that's facing us about getting ahead. We are disarrayed in our minds. We don't know how to operate and move financially in our own minds. That as soon as we get money, we got to hurry and spend it, spend it, spend it, spend it. And it doesn't last. It doesn't last because we're not trained in our minds how to utilize money. I'll take $1 and stretch that dollar to the end of next week. Believe me, I'll buy what I need, and then I'll take that dollar and stretch it out. And man, stingy. They can call it that if they want, but we got to get into the realities of life. We need to train ourselves before we wreck ourselves and wreck our futures any more than they already are. Growing balances. While many graduates see their student loans decreasing over time, Black borrowers' debt often increase after graduation due to lower starting salaries and interest accumulating. A lot of us go out and get credit cards. We got credit cards. Some of us got 1 or 2 credit cards, but they maxed out. They maxed out. The payments only be $25 or $105 a month, and half the time you don't pay that. You got the money sitting over there, but you'll take that money and buy some of the things that you want as opposed to paying off your debt. Do you know that having debt is a sin? If you owe somebody, you're supposed to pay them. That's the law. If you owe them because you gave your word, when you signed up for that credit card, you gave your word that I will pay back this debt. So therefore, if you're not paying back that debt, however way you got it, you're violating the laws of the Most High. You are sinning. Why? Because you lied. You lied. You agreed that I would give you this in exchange for that. Well, they kept their part. They gave you that $5,000 credit card, $20,000 credit card. Some of us got $25,000 and $30,000 credit cards. And we run them up to its max. And then we run away and say they're going to get paid. Who pay them? They're going to put in a claim. Their insurance company is going to pay them. And you're going to feel like you don't owe anybody no more. No. My advice to all of us and everyone within the listening audience, my advice to all of us is to do a credit check on yourself. Go and apply for something. If they deny you, then request the credit report. Once you get your credit report, look on your credit report and see all the people you owe. Call those people on the phone, make arrangements to begin making those payments because you want to be right in the sight of the Most High. Therefore, you do your very best to keep your word to all those people you agreed that you would keep. You would pay. If you gave me this, I'll pay that. So you make arrangements, but you don't have to make arrangements for the payments that they gave, but you should make arrangements for whatever you're able to pay so that they can stop reporting you as a derogatory thing and so that the Most High won't be angry and upset with you for violating the law. We have to do this, family. We have to begin to clear ourselves up so we can come up out of this hole. Now, I went on a tangent talking about a lot of things, but I want to go back to the root cause of all this. Most of this starts how the way we keep our homes, how the way we keep our cars, how the way we keep our rooms, and the responsibility level that our parents put in our hands. Think about it. If you was a child in your youth and your room was dirty and nasty and your parents had to keep telling you to clean up and you just come, I mean, you seen that video with the man that was talking, the Jewish man? In the background, he had a dirty room. It was a dirty room in the background. If your room looked anything like that, he's talking about you. He's talking about you. If your room looks anything close to that, he's talking about you. I'm not talking about you got a table with some papers on it. You got a dresser with some papers on it. I'm talking about clothes on the floor, old food bags on the floor, trash all over the place. You just take your clothes off and step out of your pants or leave them on the floor. These are the things that I'm talking about. These things build up and become a part of our personality. And we don't see it. We don't know it. But that bad habit follows us in other areas of life. So we got to extinguish it. It's not too late. If you can hear my voice, it's not too late. Go back and correct your bad habits and your bad ways. Go back. Start from the beginning. Become more clean. That depends. Everything is not extinguished after 7 years. But even if it's after 7 years, I mean, if you can get it off your credit report, get it off your report. But the fact is that you agreed to pay this. So therefore, you should pay it no matter how old it is. If it presents itself and is able to be paid, that's why I should go get a credit report. If it presents itself and is able to be paid, you should pay it. Make an agreement and pay these things. The debt you're supposed to drop in the Torah is 50 years. So who got debt in 50 years? It's a year of Jubilee. You drop the Torah. Man, come on now. Don't look for excuses and rationalizing, because what's going to happen is when you didn't pay that debt, that behavior is still prevalent in your lifestyle. So even if you got away with not paying the debt, your behavior is still the same. And it goes into other areas of our lives that affect us from getting ahead. You become, because you didn't, now a lot of us don't tie these two together, but think about this for a second. If you started off telling the credit company you was going to pay them and you didn't pay them, where did that come from? Because that didn't start that day. If you tell somebody you're going to be somewhere and you don't show up, where did that come from? Because that didn't start that day. It started earlier in your life with other things in your life, other areas of your life that you didn't fulfill after making a commitment. These things grow on us. These things take a toll on us, and these things affect us. But we don't think like this. And what I'm trying to share with the family today is that we can change our condition overnight if we chose to. Make those phone calls. Check out all the people you owe and make arrangements to begin to pay those people. Put down those cigarettes. Put down that weed, that top paper or blunt or whatever y'all rolling them things with. Put down that liquor, that alcohol. Stop chasing the women. Clean your life up. Become a man. Become a man. And I promise you, if you just do those few things that I just spoke on right now, by next year this time, you'll be sitting in a place that you never imagined that you could be in. And if you got a job and your job say you got to be there at 5 o'clock, be there at 4:45, 15 minutes early. Be responsible. Stop calling off from work when you don't have to. You know, start investing in you. And the best way for you to start investing in you is by these little habits that we're talking about. Therefore, as you're investing in you, you're actually investing in the future of our nation. Because every individual accumulation brings about the greatness of the nation. So therefore, if we got 40,000 people and they all got bad credit, nobody shows up on time, and nobody keeps their word, what is the purpose of us coming together? So the more people that keep their word, the more people that show up on time, the more people that work on their behavior and paying their bills and being more structured and organized and fine in their mind, the more better it will be once we organize and come together as a people. I agree with that. Got to break that bad habit. In order to become better servants of the Most High, we are his elect and should represent as such. But nobody can trust you. You don't keep your word about nothing. You don't do what you got to do, what you're supposed to do. You don't do what you say you're going to do. These are the character traits that the spirit realm look for to allow you to get ahead in life and to progress. An elder once told me early is on time and time is late. There you go. And I'm with that. And I wish that you will follow his instructions, and then you will see, everybody hear me. If you will follow those instructions of that elder, then you will see a change taking place in your life. Once you change your habits, you change your whole life. You change the whole trajectory of your future. Once you start in the small areas and work on those little things, you have a profound effect on your future. And we have to begin to do those things, because these things are needed and necessary to bring us to greatness where we need to be. All right, let me read a little bit more of this. While many graduates see their student loan decrease over time, Black borrowers' debt often increase and graduation dues due to lower starting salaries and interest accumulation. Lower starting salaries than the other nations. Disproportionate impact. Now watch this part. Black women face some of the highest rates of student borrowing and repayment hurdles among all demographics. Black women. Now, part of that, I got to be fair now, part of that is because more Black women are in college, more Black women go to college, more Black women take on debt than a lot of Black men. Therefore, the rate statistically is going to be higher among Black women than it is for Black men. Now, when you compare that to all the other nations, I can't give you an excuse, sis. I can't give you an excuse. You should be on point paying back your debt. Consumer and household debt, auto and medical bills. Studies of debt management shows that Black families frequently manage higher average auto loan balances, $20,000, and medical debt collections, $6,100, compared to national white averages. We are in more debt than our counterpart, the white people or the white nation. But watch this. And you got to compare that debt to what we're about to read right now. The wealth gap, because median Black households' net worth is lower. The median wealth, that means how much money the average Black household makes, is around $44,100. Y'all hear that? $44,100 is the average income that a Black man or a Black woman makes in their household. That means between the two of them, if there's two of them there. On the average, they make about $44,100. What can you really get done with that? Compared to over $284,000 for white households. Did you hear that? That means combined in the white families on the average, their white family household is bringing in $284,000, whereas a Black family is only bringing in $44,000. Something is gravely wrong with that. Therefore, that's a lot of the reason why we have so much more debt, because we're not bringing in enough income to take care of our needs in life and to pay our debt as well. Identical amounts of debt represents a much higher debt to asset ratio and heavier financial strain. All right. So this is just some of the things that we need to take into consideration when we look at the condition of our people today. That's just some of the things that we need to consider, because in order for us to fix this condition that we have in our lives, what's the condition? We late everywhere. We're late, man. Some of us gonna be late for our own funeral. We're gonna want to be late for your funeral, but a lot of us gonna be late for our own funeral because we're so late on the average for everything else in life. We don't keep our word when we talking to our brothers and sisters, you know. At any time, we don't keep our words. We're big liars. We tell people things that we really know already in our minds that we ain't gonna do, but we'll tell them, I got you. I'm on this. I'm gonna handle that. And we already got in our minds that that's impossible. I can't get there. I ain't gonna do that. Man, I'm gonna end up staying in the bed asleep. I ain't gonna want to get up and go to work. I already know. You get hired on a job and you want to be late for a job. This is the average Black man. These things that I'm talking about right now is average. So if you got only one out of these things that I'm mentioning, then you're above average. You're late for work. You always lying. You don't keep your word. What else is it that we do? Drugs. Drugs will hold you back and hinder you from developing. Let's put it this way. You got a lot of vices in your life that hold you back and hold you down. These things need to be decapitated. Cut their heads off. And that way, when you cut their heads off, they don't never come back. Because the more vices you have in your life, what is a vice? Vice is things that got a hold on you that you just can't let go. Like cigarettes, like marijuana, like alcohol, like sleeping with all these women, and women sleeping with all these men. These are vices on our lives. Some people are addicted to these things. They don't know no other way of life other than these things. They're free with all these types of things. Some people got vices on their lives with food addictions. Oh, I just got to eat. I just got to eat. Every time I see food, I want a piece of that. Some of us have vices like that. I promise you, family, if you clean up some of these things in your life will drastically change. You will see a drastic change in your life 1 month from now. People will look at you differently. People will have a different form of respect for you. You know, People will begin to respect you more when you become a man or a woman of your word and you do the things that you say you're going to do. And if you can't do them, you make a phone call ahead of time and say, I'm trying to get this done, but I might fail. You don't give up, but I'm going to let you know it's hard and I'm doing my very best to make it happen. And you keep struggling. Lo and behold, you were successful. You got it done. Most of us give up too soon in life. But the whole point of this whole conversation is financially, family, we're in trouble. We're in so much debt. We got to begin to clean up our debt. But you got to first begin to clean up your debt by cleaning up the way you think, cleaning up your habits and your mindset. That's where you start. Keeping your house clean, keep your clothes clean, keep your room nice and neat. You know, keep your car in order and decent if you have a car. Keep it in clean and in order. Some people, you can go into their homes, you want to run out, or you're afraid to enter. You're afraid to go into their homes because there's so much trash and garbage and filth all over the place. You should not be one of those people. You shouldn't be those kind of people. You know, stay on top of yourself. Keep yourself clean at all times to the best of your ability. Start on that level. And then organize your life where you're on time at work like you're supposed to be. Matter of fact, go early. On time is early. Go early. Shabbat service start at 11 o'clock. What time do you come in? To whatever Shabbat service you enter into. You know it starts at 11 o'clock, but you say, I'll get there when I get there. You end up 11:30, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and then you want Prince to repeat the things that he said at 11 o'clock. That's not good. If you were there on time like you should be, condition yourself to start being on time. When 11 o'clock come around, the majority of the regular people, everyone should already be here because we know. That room should be popping, 2,000 people already from the door when you know 11 o'clock is hitting. If you notice, it's very rare that we don't start at 11 on time all the time. It's very rare. Some extreme circumstances must be taking place for us not to get started at 11 o'clock. Even if my wife got to start it by herself for whatever reason, that room opens up at 11 o'clock. I would say 99.9% of the time, we open at 11, and you should be here. So these are the beginning parts of structuring your life to be more successful than what you have been in the past. And you heard that here with Prince, because we care about you. If we didn't care, we would have kept that knowledge to ourselves. We're not trying to come down on you like we're your parents or anything. All we trying to do is open up your mind to a different way of living and different way of thinking. Because as a man thinketh, so is he. Y'all heard that, right? As a man thinketh, so is he. And as the crowd that you have in your life, so are you. The people that you surround yourself with, so are you. So if you look around and you got a lot of crackheads around you, it's because you're a crackhead. If you got a lot of people around you in your life that don't pay their bills, it's because you don't pay your bills. If you got a lot of people around you in your life that's promiscuous, it's because you're promiscuous or you have no restraints against it. So the average people, they say the average 5 people that you keep in your circle is a reflection of you and your behavior. So if our circles are out of order and our circles don't want to change, then we need to change our circle. We need to surround ourselves with positive people, people who want to be motivated, who want to grow, who want to develop and become better than the average person. That is our reality, family. I thank you for your participation. I thank you for attention. I pray that something I said today struck a nerve inside of you. And from this day forward, you become to be more cognizant of your actions, your thoughts, and your deeds and your behavior. I pray that something I said today causes you to be more cognizant of those things. where you begin to think, you know what, do I need this or do I just want this right now? I just want this, but I only got X amount of dollars, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to put that away and get rid of it. And that you cut that weed, that smoking, that alcohol out of your life, and take that $2,000-3,000 that you give to the weed man, the smoke man, the alcohol man, and invest that into some type of platform that's going to bring you back a return. Put it into a high money market account, 4 or 5% interest, wherever you got to do with it, but utilize it in a way that is going to benefit you later in life. Not enough of us are thinking like that. So we go through life broke. Our bank accounts stay on $31, $24, $10. Our bank accounts stay on that because as soon as we get money, we find ways to spend it on things that we want. And then when it comes time for the electric bill, the gas bill, the mortgage, the car note, the insurance, we got to beg for those things. We buy what we want and beg for what we need. I pray that the Most High be with you and that the Most High open your mind up to a better way of life. Shabbat Shalom. Toda Rabbah.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Toda Rabbah. All right, you guys, we are going to go into our thank yous, but I wanted to play Blessed be the day of the Shabbat, and then I will read our thank yous. Please don't forget to post your thank yous. Thank you for all those who have already posted, and then we'll go from there. Sure.
Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. And Yahuwah is His name. And Yahuwah is His name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. And Yahuwah is His name. And Yahuwah is His name.
All right. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. And blessed be the Most High's holy name. All right, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Shalom Shabbat, as Amy Kenya loves to say. It is a blessing to be in the presence of you all as we move forward in our day and in our portion now to give our thanks and gratitude to our Creator. This portion is very important because it's not, for our fulfillment, for us hosting this, but it's for, it's just a place. Sometimes we forget. I know there's times I may forget to give thanks to the Creator for things at that moment and remember later, or just a time to just have a segment to say, you know what, this is dedicated to Him because it is His day. And this is the day that, we praise Him and we glorify His high and holy name. So just wanted to, we always want to remind you to write in your thank yous. We'll read them. If you're always welcome to come on live and read them to yourselves with your voice and your, energy. But we don't mind reading them as well. So we're going to begin today with thank yous. And our thank yous start off with from Moray Kezu. And his first thank you is, I'm thankful to the Creator for His breath of life, allowing me to wake up with all my faculties operational. Hallelujah. So important, so important. He also says, I open my eyes and can see the sun. I hear the birds chirping. I can reach out and grab my slippers. My feet hurt, but they work. So I'm grateful. Hallelujah. He also says, I'm thankful for growth this week. My son Elisha acquired his wife, Makila, and my daughter has enrolled in college. I'm grateful for their protection and peace. He also says, I'm so thankful that my bot has a full ride scholarship to attend her school. Hallelujah. That is a blessing indeed. Hallelujah. He also says, I'm grateful for my family and friends that are part of the progression that leads to our blessings. Hallelujah. I think he had a couple more, so I just want to make sure. All right. Toda Rabba Morikezu. Right. Gevert Yakia says, I'm thankful for my life and the lives of my family and friends. I'm thankful for the Most High's mercy, His love, and His love towards me that I'm able to recognize it. I'm thankful for Torah. Hallelujah. Gevert Yakia also says, I'm thankful for the Most High's extending my life 47 years. I thank the Most High for another chance to do good in the earth and to be a better servant to Him. Hallelujah. Yom Huledet Sameach says, all praises. Another rotation. All right. Our nephew Carlin says, thank you, Creator, for another day, another chance to live and grow. Hallelujah. Toda Rabah, Carlin. And Kimya says, Toda Rabah, Most High, for guidance and protection over my life and the lives of my beloved family and friends. I want to emphasize the importance of staying alert when driving. Yesterday, I experienced what I've never seen in all my years of driving. There are individuals making their own pathways, even on a slope, giving stillness new meaning. It is written, be still and know that I am Elohim. I am super thankful for alertment, stillness, and protection from the unexpected accident. All praises to the Most High Sovereign. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And Kimya, I'm with you on that. The people out here, they drive in a whole nother, and you know what I think it is? I don't even think it's people out here from Atlanta. I think it's people from all over different places because Atlanta has now become a melting pot. And so all the people bringing their driving skills or lack of driving skills from the places that they came from, because in certain places, it's normal to drive like that. And so when you come in and you're in the midst of all these different people driving, it's like, what are you doing and where did you learn that from? And it's usually because in certain, let's say like New York, for example, they drive all over the place, wherever, however, and they're comfortable with it because they're used to it. And that's just, the pattern of it. But Atlanta has become a helm for so many people that driving is, like you said, you got to be still and just watch. And my sister always says, watch safe driving and watch out for the people who don't. And that's a good concept to always go in. And I try to do that. I'm always checking my mirrors, looking behind me, looking on the side, because, people don't drive safely. They drive the way they've been taught to drive. And sometimes it can be reckless. So Toda for bringing that out. And that's a very good thing to be thankful for. All right. And Kitir says, I'm grateful to the Most High for each day of life, grants continuing opportunities to learn, grow, and apply knowledge, skills acquired to make life fulfilling and a blessing for myself, family, and community. Hallelujah. Truly a blessing. I can see that, Aim. You're truly a blessing. Toda Rabah. Aim Sukari says, thankful for the insight and grace of the Most High's guidance and understanding in the ways we must grow. Hallelujah. Toda Rabah, Aim Sukari. All right. My sister wife Autumn says, I'm grateful for remembering the Creator. As I'm unclean from birth and can't make prayer before Him, it can be easy to forget the small spiritual things. I hope the Most High keeps us all spiritually this week and helps us continually grow in Him. I am also thankful to be surrounded by my loved ones, family, and friends, even by phone. I'm grateful for all moments I have with my loved ones, both good and difficult. One second. All right. Zaquina Opal says, thank the Most High for a productive week and for being with my family again. Shabbat Shalom, Zaquina Opal. Great to have you here. All right. Gabriel Yakir says, I'm grateful for all of the congregations that teach the Torah, and I pray that the Most High will lead our leaders. Stay focused, men of renown. We need you. Hallelujah. Definitely a thanks. Definitely. Right. I'm not sure if we have any more. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Fatima. Queen Fatima says, I'm thankful to be alive in the love of my family. Hallelujah. All right. All right, everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and give my thank yous, giving all praise, all honor, and thanks to our Creator for this Shabbat day, the best day of the week, the day that we get to solely give Him all His praise, all His glory, and, just really relish in who He is and what our job is unto Him. So much to just meditate on and to really show honor unto the Creator on this day. Along with every day, but this day, He set aside for rest and to congregate and to sing songs and to praise His name and to read and to be educated more and more. So on His word, so we give thanks for that for this day. I'm giving thanks to the Creator for my Harim, for their legacy, for the opportunity to continue to carry on their legacy with my siblings, with my children, with community, with all those people who are just learning about them and reaching out to ask questions and seeing the impact that they have. Giving so much thanks just for everything that they taught me, the discipline, the sacrifices that they showed and I watched them do that taught me how to work through and push through sacrifices. And that it's a servitude to sacrifice for your people, to sacrifice for the Creator, to sacrifice what you want versus, as Maish was talking about what you need. And seeing that so much early on in my life, I'm not saying that I don't do and get what I want at times, but I know that it taught me to sacrifice so much more of what I want versus what I need. And so I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for that example. I'm grateful for that discipline that they taught my siblings and I growing up. And I just pray, that we get better and better and we don't forget those ways and do our best to teach them to our children. I'm grateful to the Creator for Maish, for his endurance, for his life, for the Most High giving him the messages that he gives him to continue to be a leader in this nation. And as the sister Yakia said, and praying for them to stay, the leaders to stay focused. And that's my continued prayer all the time for Maish, to stay focused, to stay strong and steadfast, because it's not easy. It's not easy leading a community, a family, and just being a leader. Giving praise and honor and glory to the Creator for just having family, sisterhoods, friendships, brotherhoods, brothers, all those things I'm grateful for. Over and over, we see why we need a village. And so I'm super grateful that I have, in my eyes, in my heart, one of the best villages, or the best village, and I say that because so many of our children in my village, immediate village, have gone off to college in different ways, have graduated from college, have become nurses, doctors, lawyers, paralegals, scientists, teachers, all the different things. And they've set their mind to a goal and they accomplished it. And so when I see their accomplishment, I feel honored that I was a part of their life, that I was able to be a part of their village, to root them on, to cheer them on, to say, you know what, I'm proud of them, because they didn't allow anything to stop them from doing what they want to do. So I'm super grateful. My oldest daughter asked me to pray for her. She just got a legal position, and after getting her paralegal degree a few months ago, and so I'm super grateful that she is pursuing her dreams. That she's pursuing and going forward in what she has set her mind to be and do. And I pray that this experience, grows for her and she continues, and that it takes her beyond the places that she can imagine in her career field, so that she could become better and better. I am grateful for my village for showing out and for showing up for my daughter Ezekiel. The other night we all attended the induction of her freshman year at Clark Atlanta University. And I'm grateful because to see her in her element, she's already gained a sisterhood there. One of my nieces goes there from a brother who, he's not my blood brother, but we grew up together from teenagers. And his daughter is attending, and her and Ezekiel have become like sisters, cousins. They call themselves cousins, And it's just beautiful to see these growths, to see these relationships flourish, and to see that they have each other. And, we were able to meet quite a few of who she now calls her sisters on her campus. And I'm grateful that she has that. I'm grateful that she has the heart to be open and see people for who they are. I'm just in super prayer all the time for her protection, her guidance. Even though we're here in spirit with her, she's there by herself in so many ways. And so now, we've done the work at home, teaching her the ways of this life. And so now we pray that she carries forward everything that she has been taught. And I believe she will in her way. It may not look like how we want at this point, but I believe as she grows and matures in life, that she will carry it along with all of our children as they grow and mature, that they're going to carry the principles, the laws, statutes, and commandments that the Most High has set before them. And we will see it, and we do see it in how they carry themselves and how they present themselves. So, super thankful for her life. I am, with everything that she's gone through in life. I'm super grateful. I'm super grateful. Spent a little time with my youngest son the other day at a doctor's appointment, and learned some things I didn't know of experiences that he had, and it just shows how we really have to pay attention to our children. whatever they're going through, it shows out in their behavior, and hearing some of the things he said about his behavior when he wasn't living with me and how he got in trouble because of his behavior, because he was angry and going through different traumatic situations. But we have to find a way for our children to have an outlet. I spoke about this last week. If we don't find a way, they're going to find a way. And sometimes the way they find a way is not healthy. It's actually very detrimental to their life. It could be detrimental to you as a family, as a whole. And so we have to find a way. If it's not you as an immediate parent, a community person, someone, that's why it's so important to have a village, because our children can relate to others. I remember times when I couldn't talk to my mother, I would talk to my aunt or, an elder that was in the midst of us, because I just felt more comfortable. Not because I didn't love my mother and respect her, but I just felt more comfortable talking to someone else and getting their perspective. And it's something that happens with children. We do that, right? So, just another message of us paying attention to our children, talking to them, really understanding where their mind is, because we think we know what's going on with them, but until we actually have a conversation, we don't know. We can only observe from the outside. Sometimes we got to step in the inside of where they are and say, okay, what's going on? Why is this happening? What's on your mind that you need help with organizing or, letting go of? So many things, right? And if as adults we're dealing with it, we got to know that our children deal with it. And some of them deal with it at a very young age. So, I'm grateful for those eye-opening opportunities. I'm super grateful for this week. I was really emotionally and stressed out this week, just with so much, like my husband said, going on. We've been preparing for school to start for months, but as it gets closer, you just see the pile of things that you have to accomplish and you get stressed. But I'm grateful for my village of my staff who've reached out and said, hey, what do you need? And parents too. Let's have a meeting, this weekend on Sunday. Let's get like whatever you need, because they're like, we don't want this school to fail. We want it to keep going. And so I'm grateful for those who reach out and say, okay, Princess, I see you doing a lot. I see you, daily letting us remind us of these things and doing this. But how can we help you? So I'm super grateful for that. I'm super grateful that I'm not egotistical and not humble enough to say thank you. And I welcome that help because I need it. I really do need it. I don't know, I'm just grateful, and I'm grateful that the Most High woke me up this morning. I'm grateful that He gave me the ability to see, to hear, to touch, to feel. I'm grateful for the time spent with our family in our household, on our land. I'm just grateful for being able to see things beyond what, my eyes think they see, but that my mind allows me to open up and see even more. I'm grateful for dreams and visions that stamp reality and remind you of, where you are and what's going on. So to the Most High for all things and everything. And I pray that, the Most High continues to watch over all of us and be with each and every one of us. I know we have a few more thank yous. And let me find it. Ish for starring the thank yous. All right, Sister Tehor Kodesh, one of our newest educators at GHATK, More Kohana, says, grateful for the teaching of Torah and another day to grow and be closer of the Creator. Hallelujah. Torah Rabah says. Now, our nephew Carlin says, thank you, Most High, for another day to live and grow. I'm grateful for every moment I get to spend on this earth. Hallelujah. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. So I don't see any more thank yous. I don't think there are any more. If there are, we can read them later. It is now time to, I'm going to go into what I wanted to discuss today. So I wanted to discuss blended families. And, you know, there's terms in blended families that my family does not use. I of course am a part of a huge blended family. In my family, I have 21 siblings. And it's because of the blendedness of our parents when it's because people always ask, right? But my father was married prior to my mother. My mother was married prior to my father. And then and they both had children, you know, with their previous husband and wife. And I know my mother's previous husband had children prior to her. And so, and then my mother's previous husband also married someone after my mom who had children. And I know it can be confusing. People be like, what? But within all that, though, our families decided it didn't matter. Our parents decided none of those things keep us from being who we are as a family. And so when my parents married and had children, all of these children that came from different marriages and different relationships became one. So we are a family. We don't say that's my stepsister or my stepbrother or my half sister, my half brother. We don't have step. That's what we say. We don't step on each other and we don't have step. And we just say that's my brother and that's my sister because that's what we truly believe. That's how we grew up, knowing it, believing it, and loving each other as that. You know, of course, you have, you know, your different breakdowns within the family, but when it comes to the whole concept of who we are, we even, you know, acronymed our family and have a whole collective now because we realize it's bigger than us, you know, and it's something that a lot of people look and be like, oh, wow, this is so weird. You know, we've had people who have married into our family or have been introduced to our family and literally will be like, yeah, I'm not comfortable with this situation. I'm kind of not comfortable seeing, you know, your parents' exes in the room and everybody getting along. And they'll tell us that. And we're like, wow, that's sorry, but hey, we're not that can't, you know, we're not going to change anything, you know, and that's your perspective. And preferably, you know, you'll learn something from us versus looking at it as a negative. However, we didn't allow a lot of those things to stop us from being who we are and representing who we are. And so, you know, I feel like it's so important to discuss the blended family conversation because so many of us are living blended families now. Um, and it can be very difficult at times, especially if you're not the mother of the children or the father of the children. It can be difficult. And a lot of times, as the adults, we blend the family because we've, you know, fall in like and love or, you know, desire to marry another based off of different reasons. And a lot of times we don't consider the children that are coming together and being blended. We're just marrying based off of how we're feeling and what we know is going to be best for, you know, us as individuals. But we have to, in times, believe that, open up and understand that it affects the whole, all of everyone. And it would be beautiful. It really would if the parents that were prior there or the relationships that were prior there that we could all get along and co-parent well. But a lot of times, especially here in this space we live in, it doesn't work. It doesn't happen because people are so caught up in the look and the idea of, well, what does that look like? You know, and these labels, they want to, you know, well, I'm just his baby mama, but no, you're beyond that. Those labels were built to kind of like be derogatory towards us and keep us in this space of separation and negativity. And so, even in my new, you know, because I grew up like that, but of course I'm in a blended family now because I have a husband who has multiple wives, who have multiple children. And, and I was thinking about it like, wow, like it's it's not the same, but then there's some things that are similar to us, right? To the way I grew up. And so I just wanted to cover that because I see Sister Yaki says, how do you handle division in the household? For example, treating children differently and chastisement. Right. And so that's what I was like, I was going to go into giving definitions of blended family, just some things I looked up because I didn't want to come from all my experience, but, looked up from different researchers that have researched this, that have worked in the field of blended families. A lot of people, the first thought of a blended family is the Brady Bunch, and that is a vision of Europeans and how happy they were. The show, I watched it. They had their whatever, but you rarely saw black blended family what do you call it, shows. There were a couple, and I could, like Moesha was one, and towards the end you saw how it was very beautiful. So, those, if we look at things, look at some of these shows, they were pretty, progressive and showed you different things that were going on and how to deal, but it was TV. And of course, we know a lot of people are like, oh, that's TV, but that's not reality. But we learn from all things. So I wanted to begin with the definition of what a blended family is. Forming a blended family, also known as a step family, is not always Brady Bunch easy. And yet, this is an important family unit. According to the US Census Bureau, about 15% of children live in blended families. For starters, stepchildren are often confused and have conflicting emotions. According to Anne Brennan Malik, a clinical psychologist, a stepmother of six, and author of Marriage and Modern Life, Why It Works When It Works. A stepchild may want their parent to be happy in a new relationship, yet they feel disloyal to the parent left behind. Without a doubt, children will find this transition to be more difficult than their newly wedded parent will. And then it just talks about strategies. It says here, strategies that all family members can take to help a new unit flourish. And it says, how to make a family. Blending two families into one takes effort. Step parents may feel resented. Step siblings may feel unheard or disregarded. Various family members may feel that there is inherent bias and that certain family members are favored over others. Building new relationships can be painful. It takes time, communication, a thick skin, among other qualities, to form a functional and healthy blended family. It says, how can I help my children feel good about our new blended family? Do not be surprised if your children are not enthusiastic as you are about your new family. Children like their routine, and you may well be disrupting that cozy groove. They may not want to move or even give up space, physical or mental, to new family members. They may not even want to interact at all with new family members. If you want them to be actively interested in your new family, listening to them is the first place to start. Then it says, how do I help my stepchildren feel like they are my family? When forming a new family, insinuating too many changes too soon may well instigate revolt. Ease into this relationship by getting to know all members, get involved with their lives, and invite them into yours. Plus, growing a thick skin and not taking interactions personally always helps. And so, kind of wanted to stop there and I can go back. But yeah, my wife and kids. Well,
Before you move on, can you answer that, Sister Yakia?
yeah. Oh, okay. It says, how do you handle division in the household? For example, treating children differently and chastisement. Like I said earlier, that's a very good question. It's it's no easy, what do you call it, feat to handle division in the household. It's almost, I can't even really describe it. It's a really weird space to be in if it's your child as a mother or if it's your child as a father. It really just depends on, I think, where you are in yourself at that time, where those relationships are, and then trying to, like, and y'all know how very transparent I am. So for me, I try to reach both people and say, hey, you all are all able to communicate with one another. Putting me in the middle gives me the imbalance of having to choose a side or make a decision that's not mine. And especially if it's adult children, right? I feel like it's important for the adult children and I don't say stepfather, the father, the bonus father, to pull in together and communicate without putting the other parent in the middle, because that's where sometimes that division can even be more strenuous and more chaotic, right? Because then the parent that's put in the middle is then like, of course, if it's wrong and right, you have to stand on what's right. You have to be righteous in that. You have to make sure your children understand this is wrong, this is not tolerated. Sometimes they're going to adhere to that, especially if they're adults. Sometimes they'll be like, well, this is where how I'm feeling, and this is how they want to stand on it. And with respect to that, I've been like, okay, well, this is going to be a result of that. And when you mature enough to say, hey, okay, you know what? If I want a healthy relationship, this is how I'm going to have to react, because I can't force the relationship. The father can't force the relationship. We got to kind of, it's definitely growing pains, because sometimes you're really good with each other and sometimes you're really not good with each other. And I think that's normal though in all parent situations. I think if that didn't happen, then I think then it would be no love. But I think when I see the children or the father or the mother of the bonus mom and the bonus children having love for each other, they're not having love for each other, and the same vice versa, there's a love there that they don't even know how to kind of like describe. And it's something said earlier, sometimes you feel guilty for loving the bonus parent because the other parent is still angry, is still resentful, is still just negative and telling you things. And so now as a child, you're like, okay, am I supposed to be loyal to this parent or loyal to that parent? So a lot of times for me, it's really having that conversation and trying to just be patient with it, because it's a really hard space to be in. It really is. But, hold on one second, y'all. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. That was my bonus done. I had to I had to stop him. He was about to but so like treating children differently and chastisement. So for me, it is a space where getting to know the children, because I think in the beginning your children are always like, especially if you birth them or you seeded them, right? They're your children. You know them. You already have that innate relationship with them. It's there. So it's always going to be like, oh, you treat your children better or you treat my children different. But that's a natural thing. Your children are going to be treated differently because they didn't come from you. You didn't birth them, or that man didn't see them. But that treated differently doesn't mean that that person doesn't love them or like them. And it's a relationship, as said before, that has to grow, that has to truly grow. And a lot of times we come into these blended families and we want instant gratification. We want instant understanding. We want instant love, and we want instant respect. And respect, of course, I feel like should be instant, period. It's levels to it, but certain things are never going to just be instant at the moment. Everything is going to take time to grow, to understand each other, to sit and talk to each other, to see what's going on. Chastisement can be I believe chastisement has to be a conversation the parents have before you decide to get married and say, hey, because there are people who be like, oh, I don't want nobody touching my children. There are men who will not be in their children's lives, and have the audacity to tell another man or to tell that woman, because they don't really talk to the other man, don't let that man put their hands on my child. But they're not even in their child's life. So when discipline is needed, who's going to do it, right? I do believe, like I said earlier, though, it has to be a conversation of how chastisement looks, because it can be uncomfortable for a parent who is the biological parent to see another parent whoop their child. Um, but if you have those conversations and y'all have an understanding, and you know that he's not doing it because, oh, he's being mean to your child or he doesn't like him, then those feelings are usually out the door, and you understand why the chastisement is there, right? So I think a lot of it's about communication, patience, and growth. Um, and just understanding it's not going to be, sometimes it won't be happy, sometimes it'll be good. And it's not just walking to heaven. It's not. My father told stories about in the beginning when when my mother married him and she had two children. My sister was 10 and my brother was 7. It wasn't a walk in the park. It wasn't a piece of cake. There was growth that had to be done. And the same for my sister who came from my father. My sister and brother, when it was blended, it had to be growth. And so I think really it's about the patience. And over time, when people look at my family, and I'm not talking about me and my husband right now, I'm talking about my family I grew up with, people didn't see those things. So they're like, oh, y'all have this perfect blended family. But we still, even as children, we still had our like, oh, he's treating you better. One of my sisters for a long time despised me. She felt like I was put on a pedestal. And not until years when we were adults did she finally say something, and we talked about it. And I understood where she was coming from, but I also, didn't understand and told her that's what you think on the outside, but I had responsibilities as well, so it's all these different things but you grow through it. And if you communicate, truly communication is the best thing to do. If you don't communicate, then you're walking around with assumptions and feelings that honestly don't even have to exist, but they exist because you're not communicating. You're not taking the time and saying, you know what? I want this family, so I'm going to go communicate and build and see what's going on so that I can get this thought out of my existence so it does not affect how I treat him or her or how we treat each other. Because I feel like that's one thing that can be detrimental to a blended family. I prayed that helped or answered your question. I know there was other comments. I wanted to read them. Abba, you had something to say?
Oh, wow. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Okay.
Well, you spoke. You spoke from the woman's point of view.
I did, yes.
Now, just for the record, you play your role very well in a blended family. I have no complaints. I have no complaints. You handle your business as a sister wife, as a mother-in-law, however, mother, stepmother, however the world want to say it, as a mother. You play your role very well. But let me talk from the man's point of view, because you can't give the man's point of view.
Yeah, you're right.
I can give it. This is my third, maybe fourth marriage to a woman who had children previous to me marrying them.
Mm-hmm.
Each one has had his own different dynamics, each one, his own different situations. I would say, first of all, I don't like to say first of all, so I would like to say, scratch that. To begin, it's only going to work if the mindsets of the parents are on the same page. A lot of females, women, like you stated earlier, don't want someone else disciplining their child or their children. And if that's the case, she should never enter into a relationship as a blended family. She should never get married to a man that's not the biological father of those children. Because once a man enters in, and I'm talking about a man, not a male, males will be cool with that. Males be like, that's your child. That ain't my child. I ain't doing nothing. I'm staying over here. Males act like that, but a man is going to want to be the man all the way around, which means govern and discipline and provide for those children all the way around the board. But what happens is, depending on the relationship as the child grows, that determines what type of relationship the man can have with those children. I've had, like I said, I think 5, and I don't think none of them worked. Not to the level that I would like to see them work. I don't think none of them work. You know, the children get to a place where you're not my dad, or they get to a place where you're not my dad. Whenever things don't go the way that they want things to go, they always seem to remember that. But now, when time comes that they are in need, they remember you're their dad. They remember you signed up for this. They remember you was in the program. I've had blended children, blended marriages with children who actually grew into adulthood after I done fed them for 10, 20, 30 years and betrayed me horribly to my face. Completely disrespect. But that's something that they wouldn't have done to their biological father. I guarantee you that. So my experiences have not been as pleasurable as a lot of other people may have, because I know it works with a lot of families, but it depends on the adults in the relationship. If the discipline, the correction, and the provisions are all on the same level and the same page, then that thing more than likely can work. But what happens is, what I've learned over the years, and I'm talking about the stepdad has to be pretty much on the same page as well. Because if he ain't, if he's still a male, you a man and she a woman, and y'all trying to do this, he gonna be bringing a whole lot of havoc into the relationship, and it's not worth it. But what if the man feels that way too? What happens if this child has to be taught or disciplined by the wife, but the father denies? See, that's the thing. Let me explain this to you. Most men don't have a problem with that. There are some who do. Now, I'm not like it doesn't happen, but there are some who do. But if the woman is properly equipped, like her, y'all see that right there, like her, she'll get in and build a relationship with those children that will exclude the father. So he really ain't got no say, because the women, for example, this little boy that y'all see running around, y'all don't see him, but he's running around right now. I don't know if he can really tell you which one birthed him. I don't know if he can. If you ask him who your mama, he will look at both of them and he probably wouldn't know, because the responsibility is on both to do what they got to do to raise him.
He knows.
That's a healthy environment. And if that healthiness is in the environment when those children are in their youth, it'll stay there as they grow into their adulthood, as long as the adults involved don't start getting jealous and envious and, you know, in competition with each other, then that'll be a beautiful thing. So, and I'm gonna try to hurry up and make this quick, because I know we only got like 5 hours left. But if the parents understand, each one understands their role, like when you got a father that's trying to discipline the children, the mother has to understand that that's his job. I got some videos I want to share. I'll look for them and I'll show them later. But And if the father understands his role, he would push them children, especially if he got little girls,
Mm-hmm.
that mother's wing, that stepmother's wing, so that they can build that relationship. And the mother should push her children under the wing of the father. My other wife said something about in her comment that her blended family, her stepdad never asked her to call him dad.
Never forced her, she said.
Never forced her, yeah. But in my opinion, if he's doing his job, he earns the right to have that title, in my opinion. And it's just me. And I know he did his job well. But if a man comes into a life with a woman and she has young children, those young children respect. I got a daughter. I got a daughter, real life. She has 3 children prior to meeting her husband. And now she has about 4 children, 1, 2, 3 children with her husband. So she got 6 children so far, plus she's having a baby right now. Her child might have been 10 years old, 12 years old maybe, Ashton, when she met her husband. To the day he calls her dad. He calls him dad. When I talk to him, I reference him as his dad. Sometimes me and Ashton get off to the side. We had those talks. Can you tell me about my dad? His real father. He knows the difference. He knows the distinction. And I talk to him about his dad, and I tell him the truth. People try to cover it up, but I tell him the truth. And the relationship that him and the wife's husband has
Bonus
is
dad.
a relationship. Say it again.
I'm saying bonus father, bonus dad.
Well, you want to say bonus dad? That's just another way of saying stepfather.
Just
However it is. The point I'm trying to make is he's a man. And my daughter don't restrict him from being a man in that house. She allows him to discipline both his females and male children. She allows him to run the house as well as pay the bills. I mean, she do her part, but she don't have no issue with that. And he flourishes as a man. The children respects him as their father because the mother initiated it. But when you get a mother who don't enforce it or who don't initiate the fact of this is the dad now, so respect him and call him Abba or call him dad, however terminology you use. She should do that. She should imply that. She should bring that into the place. And if she doesn't, the children are going to always grow up with that stigma that ain't my dad. And when it comes times to help, sometimes it has a reflection on the dad because the dad feel like he don't want to help. He feels like he's not being appreciated. He feels like he's not being respected. And same thing vice versa when the woman is the one who does everything, but they still call her Medaya or Miss Medaya. Miss Medaya, after 15, 20 years of relationship, you still Miss Medaya to somebody else's children that you're married to. To me, in my opinion, that's a problem. But there's a lot of families that grow up like that. So can you go back to the original? I'll read that in a second, but can you go back to the sister's original response? Because it was important, and I just wanted to touch on that portion.
You mean her very first question?
Yeah, the first question that she brought up. How do you handle division in the household? For example, treating children differently and chastisement. You cannot treat children differently when you're in a blended family. You have to do your very best to treat everyone the same. You be the same way with your children as you are with the other person's children. That's the role and duty of parenting. You have to be the same way with your children as you are with your own. Whether they're your biological or not, you're responsible for that upkeep of those children, for the teachings and the education that those children receive. It comes from you. So that would be my answer to that question. Now, what was the next statement she brought up after that? Oh, she said about Yeah. What if the man's feel? Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I answered that already. I got into that in details. Now, can you go to the sister Fatima's point?
Mhm.
True, all parents, parties. Yeah, but that wasn't what I was talking about. But I'm gonna leave it alone now. I'm gonna be quiet till you ask me to speak again. This is your presentation, so I'm gonna be quiet. But that's my point of view. If both parents are really serious about this, then they gotta instill within the children the respect level in their youth that they will have for those parents in their adult life.
Mhm. So, so yes, I actually agree with a lot of what you said, Abba. I also want to point out, and I think it's, of course, it's always going to have different perspectives because we are men and women. But I will say, like, even as a woman, and something that you all pointed out, it can be very hard for the bonus mother, with especially the daughters at times, especially if they have a relationship with their mother. I think most times blended families work differently, or I won't say better, but just differently. It's a ease that isn't there, like a stress that isn't there. If a parent is not involved at all, or if a parent has passed, um, it it's just a different influence, because part of what can make a blended family very difficult are when children go back and forth, and that parent, the mother or the father, that's no longer in the marriage or relationship with the parents that have the children, um, they could be so negative, so harsh, so
Jealous.
manipulative, and jealous, you know, just being transparent. My children, I remember years later, they would say that, their parent would say, oh, well, do you love him better than me? Or, just the questions that should not be asked of a child, because then you're making your child choose or feel like it's something wrong to love a parent or a mother or a father that has come in and shown them love and respect and joy and brought things into their life. And I'm not talking about physical things, I'm talking about being a parent for them, right? So when you have that on one side, but then when you come home or you go to your mother or your father and then the other children are there, you're confused. It causes confusion in children. I know for a fact in the beginning of our marriage, the confusion was very prevalent because of the parents that were no longer involved. The anger, the jealousy, the manipulation, the narcissism that was going on was so impactful to our children that it caused so much friction between them and us for quite a minute, until my husband and I decided, okay, look, we really have to have a deeper connection with this family and talk to our children about what's going on and how we're going to move past that and not allow that to be a breaking point within our family. But it took time, because everybody, I won't say everybody's hurting. The children are hurting more because they're being pulled in two different ways. Their emotions are being pulled and physically they're being pulled. And so, as the parents who are not ego tripping, as Sister Fatima put here, the egos, the ones who are not ego tripping, our work becomes double hard, double time. It becomes harder because we're trying to combat what they get from there, and you still want them to have a relationship. So you don't want to, oh, you can't go see your parents because, but it's like when they're here, and I can tell y'all this because we went to counseling dealing with this with my children, right? And they would say how we would go and then we had to come back, and it was like starting over again. And I know for me, that was part of my session, was it's like I'm having to remove the negative out and try to bring back into the positive, because over those couple of days, that negative parent almost wiped out the positive and make the children come back with this whole energy that can really alter the balance of the family. It happens, y'all. Like, It's very sad. Truly, it is, because the children are the ones who suffer the most, not the adults. Because we can learn how to navigate through it, but the children are the ones who suffer the most. And then when they do have build these really strong relationships with the father, or the new father, the new mother, they love it so much, but then they feel guilty because they really want it with their other parent. They do, but they can't have it because the other parent isn't ready for it. That other parent is still walking in anger, and then the anger is not even at the other parent, it's usually within themselves for whatever they did to cause the relationship not to work, to cause their family to break up. But then they put it all on their children. And so I know for me, y'all, as a mother of a blended family, it was hard in the beginning because the mother would say things and the children would come back and say things to me. But I had to really have thick skin and say, you know what, I know it's not them, because I know what I do for them. I know what I have done for them since I've been here. And does it hurt your feelings? Of course. Do you want to cry sometimes? Yes. Quit, throw the towel in? Of course. Because you're just like, dang, what more can I do? But what the blessing that came from me was, years later, it's been years for us, almost 8 years. A few of his children who I was raising when we first got together have come to me now and apologized, actually, and said, you know what? You are such a great Ima Madaya. And we were just immature. But now that I'm older and I see what you've done and see what you still do despite how we treated you, you're really a great person. We love you. And I have them sometimes, a couple of them just call me and sometimes be like, I just wanted to call and talk to you, tell you I love you, tell you I was thinking about you. And that means so much to me because I know when they were younger, it was like, what? What are we doing? But I knew where it was coming from. And I didn't allow that behavior to make me dislike them or hate them or not to love them. I just knew that it's going to take time. And it took time. And so now we have a different relationship. And I appreciate the fact that they're in their space where they can come talk to me, and I'm in my space where I'm open to talk to them. Do I wish internally that we all could get along? Heck yeah. Because I grew up with all of us getting along. If all our parents argued, I have no idea. But what I saw, what was shown to me was unification, was love, was patience, was kindness, was co-parenting together, you know. And so I've always imagined that if that was going to be my life, that's how it'd be. So yes, I have been disappointed because it hasn't been that. I know my children have their own issues and go through the back and forth, the ups and downs, with my husband as a blended family and as a bonus father. And I know a lot of it comes from the trauma, the hurt that they're experiencing from their biological father. And it's like a situation as a mother, you're like, dang, I just want them to learn how to, balance it. But that's something that they have to come through within themselves. Um, yeah, so it's so much to definitely discuss and see. Um,
Can you send Sister Fatima the link and
mhm,
Sister Tahora Kodesh so they can
yeah,
come in and speak? I
yes,
tried it, but it won't let me do it.
okay.
Come on. Why are you?
Okay, it let you do it. It wouldn't let me do it.
Okay, I was able to just send it. But yes, welcome, sisters. Please come on board because I know my sister Fatima is in blended family, and I know Sister Tehor Kodesh, and I know we all have our experiences, good and bad, and we're all still growing in them. And I'm just here to say, like, the hard times don't last forever. The good times don't last forever. It's a up and down because children grow. They start off small, then they get teenagers, And I'm at a stage in my life where I don't really like teenagers, but I'm a mother, so I have to love them and I have to be patient. I have to, work through it. But and then their attitude changes. Then they become adults. Their attitude changes. So many things going through it. So yes, sisters, come forward.
Did the link show up on their end?
Did the link
'Cause
show up for you guys in Fatima and Sister Kohana?
Can anybody see the link to come on the platform?
I don't even see it, and I'm looking on my face on my. Hold on, let me see. I don't see it, and I'm on my.
Send it to them on their phones if you got their phone numbers.
Mhm.
Text the link.
Okay.
Yeah, the links ain't showing up. I don't know why. They won't let nobody in.
Okay, I just tried to copy and paste it.
So if you can text it to
I
them.
see the link now. I just posted it, but I can text it to him too. Let me just
You posted it again?
yes, I did, but from my phone, like I copied and pasted. But I'm gonna
Yeah,
send it to
I
them.
don't-
I'll text them directly. I'm sorry, you guys. 1 second. Let me go to their names. Okay, I just sent it to you, Fatima. I'm sending it to you, sis Kahana.
And Sister Ornique gonna need it too. She might want to speak too, if she's still here.
Okay.
If she's gonna read today, or if she has something to say.
Okay. I think Maury Kezel is he?
Yeah, that might be what happened because they're not allowing the link to be shared.
No, it's still up there.
No, it's not.
Huh?
It's not. It's not working.
Oh, okay.
Every time I try to do it, it says that it don't work.
Okay. Okay, I've sent it to the sisters. Did you want to send to Maury Kezel?
But you can send it to them.
Okay.
And anybody else who might want to come on and speak on the platform on this subject, if we have your number, we'll send you the link. If we don't have your number, you can text us or call us or put it in the chat room, and we'll send you the link that way.
Okay, I sent it. Okay.
So if any of you want to come on, just hit the link on your computer. I wonder if it works. Yeah, it works the same way. And it'll bring you into the chat room, and then you can get to speak. Because Sister Fatima has a lot to say, and Sister Taylor Kodesh has a lot to say. So if y'all want to come on, it's always easier to speak it than to type it. That's a lot of typing.
Yeah. I sent it to you, Fatima. I sent it to your phone. Text it to you. And Sister Tahil Kadesh, I texted to you as well.
Yeah, I don't see none of them pop in, and I don't
Teenagers are hard. They are.
know what's wrong with the link.
Ooh.
I'm gonna try it again.
I see it when you post it, but I don't see it.
Yes, but I see something that says it's not going to work.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me text you again, Fatima. I sent it to you.
Maybe they don't want nobody coming on.
Yeah, I sent it to your number, Fatima.
It says YouTube rejected your comment. This is fairly common when sharing a link. You may need to share the link another way.
Oh, okay. But I did send it. It says delivered though. But
Moray Kezu, do you see the link? Sister Tehor Kodesh, do you see the link?
Amari Kezu said no, he didn't see it.
No, did you send it to him?
Oh, well, all of them that I sent said delivered. So
Okay, let me see if I sent it to him.
All right, Fatima. I'm not sure what her Fatima, but I'll send it to you on Instagram too. But I sent it to you. Oh, there she go.
Tima has it.
Yeah.
Shalom, shalom, sis.
Shabbat shalom. I got it
Shabbat
directly from
shalom.
you, sis, on my
Okay.
text. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a
Um,
train and some noise. I'm going to clear it up and then I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, I just, as they're coming in, just, the conversation is so important because like it said, the Census Bureau said 15% of families are blended families, children growing in these blended families. And the communication is so important in the beginning. Um, and the communication throughout is still important, at the different stages of the children's lives. I know as a mother, that's what I've learned. And it's weird because children will be going through something and take it out on the parent that didn't do it to them because that's just their way of dealing. And it's not an excuse, but it's definitely something as a parent to consider, like, well, what are you dealing with? Because we were just all, being good with each other. We were just all in this safe space, in this loving space, in this liking space. And sometimes it's not you, it's just how they're coping with the rejection of probably their biological parent. Because a lot of times what you're giving them is definitely what they need, but they truly do a lot of times want it from that biological parent because they feel like, that's what they're supposed to do. And I can say, from just with my own children, seeing the disappointment and seeing the hurt when it doesn't happen, and you see it change them. It uh, it changes certain things in the child when they're disappointed from the absent parent, over and over. So Fatima, you can come off mute whenever you like.
Okay. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be praised.
Shabbat shalom.
Um, should I click off of YouTube or keep them both?
good. You're good. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So, Sister Medaya, as you know, in the beginning, when I first met my Ish, and it was a brand new blended family. It was not easy for anyone involved, right? For her father, for my Ish, for me, it was new territory, right?
Mhm.
And I don't think we had the wherewithal, or even though my uncle Morikez, his father had two wives. My Morik growing up had two wives. The splitting and starting new, I don't think I knew too many people like that growing up. So I didn't really have anyone to model myself after. It was almost frowned against to separate from the person you had a child with. And I had my child so young and unwed that there was a sense of shame that came with it in my community. So I didn't always want to talk about the issues, because I wanted, so God, that's my bite. I didn't want to be in error, right? But then when I grew up and I became an adult, still in my 20s, I knew to go to my dode and my doda when I wanted to get married. I knew that I had to talk to them about blending a family, even though they hadn't been through that. They had been married for years and they had experiences and been around people that had been through those things, because I was really confused. My daughter just wanted her father. She didn't understand. She's very young.
Mhm.
She appreciated Maish and everything that he was doing in regards to being consistent and the stability he brought to our lives, and just the attention that you get when someone, and mind you, at the time Maish had no children. He felt very blessed to have a daughter. Never in life has he said step bonus in, like, it's never been that. It'll never be that, right? Even when me and him went through a separation, he showed up as her father. He was always a good father. And that actually was part of me falling in love with him. Him just showing up as a man and showing, um, but of course, like you said, we were all just in love about a week ago, right? So of
Mhm.
course I have to have some sense of people are still hurt about the breakup, right? And I understood men and men ego because I grew up in a house full of men. And so I never was upset for either party for feeling however they felt about losing or gaining or not, having the time they felt they needed to get right or whatever people were going through. Um, Now Ellie is 22. Um, when she graduates high school, they're both there. When she graduates college, they're both there. She's already having talks with both of them of what a wedding might look like with two of us, right? And like you said, a lot of conversations have to happen. I think at the beginning, my each kind of played the 1 second, sweetheart. Can you have some of your red lip gloss again? Once I'm finished, we can talk. Give me 1 second, please. So, initially, he probably took the role of that's your body. I don't want to step on his toes. I don't want to cause any problems. But as the years went on, naturally he had to step into that role if he was going to be a father, right? And then without them ever having a peaceable conversation, I think because they're both men in their own right, they just kind of respect each other's roles. They don't step on each other's toes at this point. I just wish they would have a conversation and be more cool with each other, but they kind of have like this when they see each other, like respect for the role you play, respect for the role. But I'm like everybody's moved on years ago. Like everybody's in happy relationships. Like we all family. Because if one person hurts, if anything happens with Ellie, we all hurt. If anything happens with my Ish and I'm hurt, we all hurt. If anything happens with Ellie's father and Ellie's hurting, we all hurt. So no matter how unconnected we are, we're connected because there's a family. No matter Slick Eye, no matter if we want to admit that or not, there's a family unit, right? Whether if it's the one we planned for at the beginning or not, it's a unit, right? But it took a lot of tears. It took a lot of. I remember at one point because now teenagers are hard, like you said, right? But now we're dealing with having we have a young adult in our house who moved back in from college, right? And I remember I was talking to him at one time, and I was like, I just don't know what to do about this or that. And he just was like, new territory for me. I don't know what to do either. This is my first time having an adult child too. And we was like, well, guess we got to pray because we don't know what to do sometimes as parents, right? And I think that's the hardest part to admit that we don't always have the answers and we don't always know what to do. So we look to our forefathers in the Torah. I mean, as harsh as it sounds, when the Most High told him, listen to your wife, you've got to get rid of that elder son. In modern days, that sounds outrageous.
What
But
you just say?
in the Torah, when they
You
were
gotta get
going
rid of
through the
who?
whole Ishmael, Isaac, Sarah, and he said, listen to hearken unto Sarai. Listen
And
to
get
your
rid
wife.
of
That's
who?
her handmaiden.
Get rid of who?
He had to get rid of his son. And it sounds harsh, right? But I'm gonna say this last thing, and then I'm gonna get off, right? But
No, I got
I'm
a
gonna,
couple questions
I-
for you. Don't go nowhere.
okay, I'm gonna get a little personal, right? We just lost a family member to murder, right? Maury Kaz is here. He's our first cousin, right? And there was a blending of families that happened with my uncle and his wife, and there was always a sense of they're both my sons, but right, that jealousy, the jealousy, if not checked, can become a thing where the children are hating each other forever.
There
And
you
not
go.
only that, your child can be led down the wrong path by their sibling,
There you go.
right? And so
Yep.
that's what Sarah was seeing with Ishmael. Not that Ishmael's a bad kid, not that
Right.
I don't love Ishmael, but I got a certain portion that I need for Isaac that God came to me personally and told me I would be having this child in old age, that I got something that I need for him to do, and that Ishmael being here is going to make for a problem, not just for Isaac, not just for me, but for what the Most High wants us to do, right? Get me out of it, right? And so, like I said, I got an oldest child who just moved back home. I love her dearly. She's all of our child. But if she gonna come in this house and think it's gonna be this way or that way, and I got other children I'm rearing up, she's got to go get her own place. And
Say
that's
it
a serious
again.
conversation you have to
Say it
have,
again.
you know. Then she gotta go. You know, I love
Most
her.
women won't
I'll
take
I'll
that stance.
support her. But if she can't follow the rules and the curfews and whatever goes with what the guidelines are for this household, it
Mm.
doesn't mean I'm choosing one child or the other. It doesn't, because when Noah gets of a certain age and goes to college and come home, if she thinks she's gonna go left and right and she don't have to follow, she got to go too. Because this our house,
Mm.
me and my ish, right? And they just get to be here, right? But at the end of the day, it gets easier, right? It gets easier. You go to the creator, and don't be angry with egos. Pray for them, because egos are a real thing. You know what I mean? Um, and it's hard because, as you know, my sister, I've been here through your blended situation on that side, because I just met Prince Cass over the years. I don't know him outside of, I love what it looks like from the outside looking in. Nobody can tell me nothing about what y'all got going on, because I know where you're at. Like I see you mentally. I know you, and I know when you're not happy. So as long as you're happy, and things are, you're building the things you said you would build, and I know you're paired up with the right set of people, right? I don't even have to call you too much and worry. Like, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't have to do that. I know you're good, right? Of course, we go through life, but I just sometimes, because I know what type of Ema you are and the type of love the other side of those children could have if they would just open up a bit. You know what I mean? But everything happens for a reason, and we let the Most High work on people in their heart and hearts and leave it where it's at when you can't do anything about it, right? And you just build where you can build. And so I'm very grateful to you as a sister for the role model you play, to where I wanted to have a heart and heart with people in the midst of certain things, and you're just like, most I deal with it. And you've had your days where you was like, oh, and then you go back to your base.
I think she got kicked out. I mean, with
He
her
got
phone.
kicked off, talking too much, dropping too much knowledge. But I want to ask her, one of my questions was, she may come back. I don't know if she can hear us or not because she's still on the screen.
Hmm.
I wanted to know how old her child was when she met her husband.
Oh, she said it in the comments. She was,
I mean,
yeah. Ellie was in pre-K, so Ellie was about 4, I believe, when they first met, because we were all in a congregation together, and Ellie was about 4 years old. Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
4?
Yeah, Ellie was about 4
That should
because
have been, and that should have been working.
Zeke was Zeke was a baby, and I have a picture of Ellie holding Zeke. That's how long we've known each other. So,
Yeah, that should have been working. She was 4 years old. Then the dynamic should have been that that child should have understood that's
yeah,
dad.
yeah.
Just
She
that
said
simple.
it did. She said it did. She didn't say it didn't. She was saying the brothers at first weren't like. Oh, she said she'll click back in because the brothers weren't. But she didn't say it didn't work. It did work. She said.
Tahora Kadesh, where's she at? She said she was coming
She
in.
said it was still idling when she sent me a text and it was showing idling. So
Wow.
I don't know why.
I don't know. She might just shut it down and try it again.
Yeah, that's what
Or
I
get a
told
better
her.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's what I told her. But
Very, very interesting. I was
mhm,
trying to figure out, but maybe you know, does she have a sister wife or no?
no. Mm-mm.
Okay, because I couldn't figure out her dynamics because it wasn't clear. She started talking about sister wives and then she didn't. She talked about the single. So I really wasn't sure what she was saying. But now you cleared it up.
No, she was saying her uncles, her uncles and her dope. Well, you knew he passed away. He was an elder. Um, okay, I'll send the
She
link
said,
again. Yeah, I see it. Um, her uncles and different family members had polygyny.
Okay. I tried to get Maury Kezu to come on so he can talk a little bit, but he didn't want to come on. Because I know he got a lot to add to it because he's very knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
knowledgeable. You got the floor, sis. So that was my question. How old was your husband? How old was your daughter when you met your husband?
You talking to me, Kane?
Yeah, he's talking to you.
She was in pre-K. She was 4 years old, and she's now
Yeah, 4 years
22.
old.
And no, it's just me and my Ish. We've never had a sister wife. We've never even tried. Um, it's so weird because in my latter years, I sometimes wish I had a sister wife for myself, but that's a whole nother topic. Um, um, and he's like,
How old is
"Oh, take care of another woman,
How old is he?
whatever." Long story. Say
How
it
old is
again.
he?
He
How old
just
is
turned
he?
47, told Iowa.
And he doesn't want a sister wife? He doesn't want another wife?
He doesn't want it.
I've asked. I've
Okay,
even
no problem.
suggested a sister or two, but it
That
take a
means
lot to
strong.
take care of women, child. It take a lot.
That
Yes.
means
Shabbat shalom, sister.
yeah.
It does.
You want to send Sister Link? Maybe Sister Yakia send her the link. She can come in and talk.
She asked. I don't
So
know.
go ahead, sis. You want to tell us the rest of the story?
So I heard you were asking about the sister wives, like Sister Medaya was saying. I was just saying I grew up around men who had sister wives, so it was never. I only said that to say I knew what polygamy looked like, but I didn't know a lot about what the divorce and having a step parent or having a father, a stepfather. I didn't know much about that. My stepfather, I guess that's what you call him. He was married to my mother before my father, and he was in my life after my mother died, after my father died. He was in our life when my father was in my life. He was his family is still a part of my family. Um, and there's no step there. It's weird. We called him Uncle Bubby. I don't know. All the children did, so we did. I didn't even realize that was my stepfather until we got older. I just knew he was a man that loved me and adored my mother. I knew that he dated my mother at some point, but it wasn't until I got older that I really understood dynamics and the fact that those were my older siblings' father. I just know he was a good man. He spoiled me. He doted on me so much that his own daughter, my sister, would be like, "He likes you more. He treats you better." Da, da, da. But I look like my mom, remind him of my mom. He was in love with my mom. So it's just part of the territory. Um, but he was a good man. I mean, we moved to the South. He moved to the South to be with us. My mother was sick. He would come around and help where he could. He was a good man. He just never got that title. I don't know if they were hiding it. I don't know why we called him Uncle Bubby. I don't. I really don't.
Sometimes it be like that. It's crazy because my cousins and I were just talking about how my grandfather passed. He only met one grandchild, so he passed years before all of us. But there was a guy who used to be at her house, and we called him Mr. Charles. But he was always there in her recliner, chilling. So of course, as adults, we like, we know what that was. But
Did Mr. Charles get his plate first?
I don't remember that. I was
I was
little.
about to say that's how you know who
But
he was.
I'm sure, because my grandmother was like that. I'm sure, but he would be there, during family times and everything. But we just called him Mr. Charles, and I don't know. I think it's something in the older years. That's how they just did it. It was about a respect thing and not a replacement thing. And there was something you said about how he treated you. Your sister felt he treated you better. And sometimes I do see where a man may feel like, hey, he wants to give you extra love because he feels like you're missing it because it didn't happen from your father.
That ain't how we think. We don't think like that. We want to give extra love when we feel like we're getting more respect. When a child shows us, we give. When a child doesn't show us, we repel, back away. We only give enough. But when that child shows us that little extra, hey, Mr. Prince, hey, or hey, Abba, and then we draw to that child, can give them more. When they listen to what we tell them to do, when they obey our voice, our commands, when they have a genuine desire to do what we're requesting or to show that mercy, that love, then we just naturally bond to that one child.
Yeah.
It's just what it is. But
No,
when they
So he definitely
one
said that.
child,
My stepfather definitely said I was
mhm,
and I wasn't kind to everybody, right? But
mhm,
he doted on me, so I doted on him. I was gonna make his plate first, you know, like I treated him like I would treat my father because I didn't have a father and he
mhm,
was that. So I definitely was up under him like he was my dad because he was my dad to me.
yeah.
But one thing I noticed as a mom and as a parent is our younger years being a parent. Sometimes those children don't get what our older. So I had a baby at 20, and then I had my youngest right now at 38, and
Mhm.
they got two totally different versions of me,
Oh,
right?
you.
Good
Exactly.
and bad. Like
Yeah.
this one, my knees don't work as great, right? With the youngers, I was flipping and cartwheel. I still do a cartwheel, but
Yeah.
I mean, the point is, my sister probably got a different version of her father than
Mhm.
I did, right? And then his parenting changed when my mother passed because we needed him in a different way. My grandmother needed him in a different way, right? And
Mhm.
so she couldn't let go of some of the things when they were in their youth before I was ever born. And
Yeah.
I'm the type to like, hey, to kind of parents are humans too. And I
Mhm.
kind of put myself in that mindset, especially as a parent, but even as a child, like I just always was thinking to myself, like, you don't know what mom put him through, or you don't know what their relationship went through at that time where he couldn't
Mhm.
be present. No excuses, but there were factors that led to him being this type of parent at that time and this type of parent. He's an old man, retired by the time he's my father. So of
Mhm.
course he has more time and more resource and more
Mhm.
patience and more understanding. He has a hoary head now. So
Mhm.
those are the type of things that sometimes change the dynamics with children and
Mhm.
parents in general, not just bonus, not just in-laws, not just
Right.
like Elliot's like, they don't have the same mother I had at all, good and bad. Like you don't beat children anymore, right? So I used to
Woo!
whap
I
them
use
up,
that all
but
the time.
now I
Yeah.
just can speak. And because the way I was living before, if
Mhm.
I say do something and I'm doing the opposite, of course they can't respect my word, right? In my youth. But if I'm a grown woman with a mortgage and I'm living a certain way, all I have to do is say it and they respect it because now I'm respected as a woman. Sometimes. Slick.
Just taste it. Look at little Hadassah. She just wants you to taste it. But I do agree with that, what you said, Fatima, about you are a different parent. I was 21 when I had my first child. She is 28 now. I am 49. And whew, it's a whole different like reality of where I was when my oldest was 15 and now my youngest is 15. I'm in a whole different relationship, a whole different life. Choices are different, life is different, circumstances, environment, so many different things. Um, and like you said, it's not an excuse. It's just you just learn certain things in your patterns as a woman, as you age. And then you're going through certain things. And so some of those things that you would have done before, you don't even have the mental capacity to think about to do because you're going through your own change at a time. And like, because I could say 20 years ago, I didn't not like teenagers, but now, yeah, I don't like teenagers. And people hear that and they went like, cringe, but it's just being truthful. I love teenagers. I don't like them. I don't like this generation of them. It's so many things that I didn't have to deal with in my older children as teenagers that I have to deal with in these teenagers. And but yeah, it does. As a mother, as a parent, I mean, I can't say as fathers, but as a mother, you do sit back, and I do sit back and think about like, oh wow, I remember how I was here and there, and the differences, And even with BK, my bonus, and and it's gonna be like that with the new baby too. There's a difference too, because sometimes I'm like, I'm in the grandmother stage with them. Like, it's like, okay, what do you want? Even though I know I'm their Ema and I know I'm their bonus Ema, and I'm disciplinary and all that, but it's still a different stage in my life. So, and and I have this running joke with my sister wife, like, I'm I'm gonna have office hours where it'll be time for them to come around, and then it'll be time for me to just be with myself. Um, because I'm just at that different stage in my growth as a woman and as a mother. She's beginning her motherhood stages, and I'm kind of like ending my motherhood stages. So it's definitely, different processes that you go through. Like BK knows, there's certain things I'll give him that his emo might not, certain things that, I'll have a little more patience for. Um, and children know that. So, but the blended family is a really big thing. It's not an issue. It's life. It happens. It's happening to so many of us. I do pray that a lot of this conversation has been helpful. I know Sister Tehor Kadesh was really trying to get on, but I think something was happening with the signal. I'm not sure. Um, but this isn't a conversation that we have to end. I'm definitely open to having sisterhood conversations outside of this, because I think we can all help each other. I'm not perfect at it at all. I'm not perfect as a mother, as a wife, as a sister wife. I'm not perfect at any of it. I'm just striving to be better and better. And it helps when you can talk about things and say, "Oh, you dealing with that too? So how did you deal with it? How did how did you humble yourself in that experience? Or how did you work through those?" Like the sister Yakia asked that question because I know she's in blended family. How does the chastisement work, or the favoritism comes in? Like, all those things are real valid questions because they really happen in blended families. And I think what my Easter earlier was, if you're a mother or a father coming into a blended situation and you don't want your child to be disciplined or chastised by the other parent, then you should not go into that relationship. I remember where, like, my ex would be like, "Oh, I don't." I'm like, "Well, then you should have done what you had to do to maintain your family, because once I am remarried, then the husband is the husband. You can't come in and say don't discipline my child when you're not there, and that child is doing something that needs to be disciplined." There's no I can't fathom having to call the biological father to say, "Hey, can you talk to your child? He's not listening to my husband." Like, no, that does not work. Or she's not listening to my wife. Like, come on. It has to be where, it's understood that that's going to be. But normally it can't be that if the other parents don't want to have a mature and healthy co-parenting existence or relationship. And a lot of times, most when it's not that way, then it won't be a healthy blended relationship. It really won't. It'll be that person sitting in their stupor, mad, angry, and carrying that anger into their children, carrying that anger into their new relationship, and just carrying that anger, period, into their life. And they're not being productive anywhere, let alone in their children's lives. And as Fatima said, I mean, I do have that. I don't mind giving and taking care of the village. I remember when my youngest daughter, because her father has other children, she called me and was like, "Oh, I want to buy birthday presents for my little sisters." I didn't say, "Oh, I'm not doing none of that. Your father," da, da. Like, I didn't go through any of that. I said, "Okay, well, what would you like?" And I told her what the budget is that I'm willing to help her. And we sent gifts for her little sisters because they're her big sister. And what's the problem? Let's celebrate them. But some people don't want that. They don't understand that it's not about them. It's about the children. It's about the healthiness. Because in order for them to grow up and be healthy, mature, responsible, accountable adults, we have to show them that, and we have to help them to do that. And we're not helping them if we're sitting in anger and stupor in it, and then, trying to destroy them in the process because we're destroyed. Sister Fatima said usually that anger is why the relationship didn't work out. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Because when that anger sits there, it can't work out. It's not healthy. So, I thank everybody for your comments. It was quite a few comments. I actually did want to read some.
Sister Yakia was coming on.
I
No?
sent her. She never said she was, no.
Sister Tahor, I thought was coming on.
Yeah, but her
Okay.
she really kept spinning. So
I
I
sent
just
the thing
wanted
to her
to
husband.
read.
I haven't heard from him though.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to read the comments that were starred, and then we can
Oh,
move forward.
you got a whole lot of them way up there.
Yeah, I got you starred them for me. I'm at them now. Um, but my sister wife says my bonus dad struggled with our relationship, especially once I became a teen. Yep, that teenage kick. However, he never forced me to call him dad or what he felt like he needed to be called by me, which I deeply respect because now, as an adult, we have a good relationship. And it's true and it's evident, and that's a good thing, you know, for their relationship. Every relationship requires different things. And I think that's important to know too. We cannot try to mimic what we've seen in somebody else's family or relationship, and we can, let me not say we cannot try, we can use it as a tool, a resource. But if it doesn't work for our family, then we find what works. We don't call it failing because it didn't work in this. We have to find what works because everybody's different. Everybody's coming from a different background. Ames Sakari says, oh, speaking of my parents, your parents were community driven and devote to healthy motivation. Constant adult support and joint unity is key. Hallelujah. Fatima also said the children have a hard time with the divorce and at times immediately angry with the new parent or the bio parents for doing what's best for the unit. These things happen without blended families too. That's so true, because children don't understand, especially when they're really young, they don't understand when parents are not together. They're just like, well, why not? They may not have seen the different things that are going on. They don't know what's happening. All they know is that I'm not getting what I was born into, or, what I'm used to, where my comfort. Some children feel abandoned. Some children feel like a loss of protection has taken place. We don't know. And a lot of times we don't know because we don't ask our children, how is this affecting you? What do what do you need while we go through this separation or divorce so that we both love you? A lot of times parents don't sit down together and have these conversations with their children. Sometimes they have them separately, but then sometimes it might be one parent saying it to them to comfort the children while the other parent is angry and feeding the children the anger. So that's so important, sis, what you said. The children are angry and hurt, and they don't know how to deal with that and express it. My sister wife also said, parenting, whether biological or bonus, requires a great deal of patience, empathy, discipline, and above all, consistent love. It truly does. Because what I realized too is a lot of times the consistency of love is something that the children are yearning for. And so when it doesn't happen, the back and forth or the flip flopping, it brings them to a situation where they're like, oh, well, you're just like my bio father or mother. So it changes the dynamic of the relationship. And like I said, other times it's just how they react because of what they didn't get from the other parent. So it's so much to really consider in the blended family realm. Sister Tehor Kadesh said, I'm glad you pointed out that it makes the children feel guilty. That point is something that triggers the children negative behavior because it causes so much confusion within them. And she said, and that ties directly back to your point that children need a healthy outlet to be able to express themselves, and not having that can cause unhealthy implications. So true. And Kitir says, I agree with Prince. In a blended family, the role of the parents as well as the title that goes with the role must be recognized and respected and encouraged. Creates unity and balance in family relationship. Understood. Definitely understood. Marie Kezel says the respect has to be earned and enforced. Otherwise, the dynamics will not be solid and everlasting. Everyone has to understand their role and the rules. Absolutely. And then Carlin says, I called my stepdad Mike my Abba because I respect him as my husband. He taught, anytime I know in this world, all praise to the Most High. Oh, he taught me, I guess he's saying everything I know in this world, all praise to the Most High. Very good, Carlin. Yep. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing to be able to have that. Okay. I don't see any more comments pertaining to this conversation.
Everybody should be getting their commandments together.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody should be liking and sharing the page and getting their commandments together. We get ready to go to the commandments, family.
Yes. So thank you all definitely for your participation in this subject. It's not an easy conversation. It's not, talked about a lot. People just go through it. And a lot of times I think it does need communication. People need someone to talk to and talk about it, because it can be heartbreaking at different times when what you want out of it isn't what you get. And sometimes it just means, hey, let me go talk to somebody else who's doing this and see how they, how they maneuvered through this process. And I definitely will say that the Most High led me to do this conversation. And I'm thankful for it, because the different comments and things that were brought up, I pray, has helped all of us in the blended family world, and in the non-blended family world, to be able to help us to deal with our children, ourselves, our co-parenting, because sometimes you don't remarry, but it's still a hard process to co-parent. So may the Most High be praised.
Before we move on,
Mm-hmm.
I want to take notice that you won't find these types of situations in a Tanakh. Very rarely will you find anything similar to that. And part of the reason is because men were men back then. Men created a child, they took care of a child, they provided for their children. Very rarely do you even hear of any men putting their children off to somebody else to provide and take care of. Almost never. Women, on the other hand, was different back then than a lot of the females are today.
Mm-hmm.
Women understood their role as a wife and they played their role impeccably. A lot of the sacrificing that was needed to remain with the initial man of your youth was done. So the women stayed around, and all the children they had was by that one man for the majority of the time. It was by that one man. There wasn't multiple baby daddies in an equation trying to make it fit and trying to make it work. But in today's world, we're dealing with a different reality. A lot of our people today, when you meet them, they already have children, both men and women, at almost any age, even in their 20s, they already got children. If you think about it, how old were you when you had your first child? 18, 19, 20, even 21. Early in life, you had your first child. Now, you still with that baby daddy? Chances are you're not. How many children have you had since then? And how many baby daddies have you had since then? It's been several, and then you meet a man and he got to come and hook up with the child, your original child, and replace, because if a man comes into your life, he should replace that dad that ain't there. Now, because there's a lot of men that have children and their mom's not around. There's a lot of men that a lot of people don't know, but there's a lot of men raising children. Yep. A lot of people don't do that. When I met my wife, I was one of those men raising children by myself. I divorced a mom. She had to go, and I kept my children. They stayed with me, and I raised them up myself. And then I met my wife, and the job became a lot easier because there's a lot of sacrifice that's involved. That's why a lot of males don't want to do it. But we got to think about that. You know, this conversation was one that a lot of people needed to hear, because a lot of these situations is a reality of what we just got finished discussing. I myself, I grew up in a household with my mother, never other children in my house, but my mother had a husband who wasn't none of our father. You know, so I grew up in that household and I knew how that was. But me and the dude, we had two that I can remember, that I'm sure of. We had two, but we was always cool. One in my younger age, he didn't last too long. He died. James Posey, he died. And then in my adult life, at my teenage life until my adult life, it was a different man, and him and I was real cool. He wasn't much in many areas, but he was a father, and he played his role. And I'm grateful for the things that I've learned, the experiences that I had, and the role that he did. But what happens is the child, a lot of times, tend to gravitate toward how the mother's relationship is with that father to determine how that child is going to relate to that father. So if the mother and the dad ain't really get along too good, the child ain't going to get along too good with them. So we just got to keep that in mind. All right. But thank you all for your attendance, and thank you, Iman, for bringing that subject up. It was a very important subject, very much needed.
Thank you. You're welcome. All praise to the Creator. All right, everyone, we are getting into our laws. 1 second. Bring your law forward, please. Commandment time. It is commandment time. So please bring your law forward. So our first law presentation is presented to us by Aim Kimya. It can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 20, verses 15 through 16. And it reads, "And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and he shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach unto any beast and lie down thereto, thou shalt kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them." And her explanation is, such perversion exists bestiality. It's a violation and a curse. Selah. Toda Rabah, and Kenya for bringing out that law. All right, our next law is presented to us by Morekez, and it's found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 22, verse 1, and it reads, "Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother." He said, if you see your fellow Israelites' ox or sheep straying, do not ignore it, but be sure to take it back to its owner. He said, Salakli, verse 2 is also part of the law. Okay. "And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring it unto thine own house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it, and thou shalt restore it to him again." Hallelujah. And he says, "My understanding is there's no finders, keepers, losers, weepers in Yisrael. If you find something that is clearly someone else's, you are to keep it until you can return it to them." The reference here is towards the animals, because we are an agrarian society, but the idea transcends into all objects that are not yours, but you happen to chance upon it. If it's not yours, don't claim it. Return it to its rightful owner. Hallelujah.
I hear you, bro. But when I find that bag of money on the ground, 260 million, I don't know if I'm gonna go look for the owner. I might just put my hands up in the sky and say, "Thank you, Creator." 260 million, and say, "Thank you, Father," and get busy fixing this nation. That's what you did for me. And the Creator said, hold it until the owner come around, right? So I'm gonna hold it and use it and thank him and use it and thank him and hold it,
Oh my gosh. But why when I was reading it,
Is this yours? I'm gonna look around and say, is this yours? This yours? Is this yours? And I don't see nobody around, so it was mine.
oh gosh. The
I'm
funny
just being honest. I ain't gonna sit up here and act like we in church and tell you all these lies. I'm gonna take that shopping bag full of $100 bills home. I'm gonna make prayer to the Most High. I mean, prayer to the Creator all the way home. I'll make prayer to the Most High, and then I'll look in the newspaper and see if I see what somebody mysteriously lost $260 million in a green trash bag sitting on the side of the road. And if I see that, then I'll call them up. But if I don't see that, I'm gonna start dipping in that bag every once in a while to do something to feed the people. That's what's gonna happen.
so the funny thing is as I was reading it, that same thought came to my head, like, so if it's a bag of money, if I take it to the police, they're
Nah,
most
what police? What police? I don't know no police.
likely I was just saying, but I guess the thing too is as you were saying that, I was like, it doesn't say how long to hold it before you can start to use it. Like if that person never comes, then that animal becomes yours.
You use that animal immediately. You use them immediately. But if the person comes for it, then you give it back his animal. But you don't let the animal will die if he's not put to work, if he's not being utilized. He will die.
Mm-hmm.
Animals got to be moving. They got to be working. They got to be doing something. Yeah,
Okay.
you put to work right away.
Okay. But yeah, that thought came to my head. All right. So, okay. He added another law to his original, and it's still in the same book, Devarim, Deuteronomy 20, still same chapter 22, but verse 5. And it says, the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Most High thy power. And his explanation is, to explain it simple, men's clothes are for men, a woman's dress is for her. There should be no switching up, cross-dressing, for it is detestable before the Creator. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I did have a law to read. 1 second. My law is in the book of Numbers.
$260 million. No, I'm gonna put good effort into finding the person who owns it. I'm gonna shout real loud down the street, up the block. I'm gonna look in the newspaper. I'm gonna look on Facebook and see who can describe what I found. If they describe it, then they got it. If they can't, it's mine. I'll let the advertisement run for about a year.
He said probably by the year of Jubilee it would be yours.
Yep, Jubilee would be spent. Well, we don't know what year Jubilee is, but Jubilee might be next year. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. All right. So another law came. So before I read mine, I read Aim Sukaris, which also can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28. So Devarim 28, verse 2. And it reads, and all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Most High thy power. Okay, she didn't put an explanation, so I just see the law. So we can wait a little bit, I guess. Let's see. Anybody else has any laws? Oh, you say you got to say, is this yours? Oh, she said, we must follow the law of the Most High in this. Hallelujah. Torah Ba Aim Sukari. All right. All right, so my law can be found in the book of Numbers, the Midbar, chapter 6, verse 20 through to 26, and it reads, Yah bless thee and keep thee. Yah make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. Yah lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. I read that because somebody sent me that this morning. And I was like, oh, wow, that's, needed in different ways. And so, of course, how I took it as Yah bless thee and keep thee, and Yah make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. And of course, for me, that reflected of me asking the Most High or someone asking that because of how we give to the Creator. So if we're following the Creator's laws, if we're doing unto the Most High, we are asking the Most High to bless us for our service unto Him, for our diligence, for our duties, and for our adhering unto His laws, statutes, and commandments righteously. And so we ask for his blessing to come upon us, but it comes with a fee. It comes with us doing what he asks us to do. And then it says, and Yah lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Meaning, like, when you're going through things, he's going to look and see what you're going through and lift up that burden off of you and grant you peace, provide peace or spaces for you to find peace. And so, but that comes with us, once again, giving unto the Creator what he asks of us. And then also us of asking him for those reprieves. When we need something, we have to ask him as well. So, Zehu, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. All right, family. It's that time. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I play this one?
Yes, ma'am. How could I? Yeah.
Aim Katir has a law, so let me read her law. Aim Katir's law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 18, verse 9, and her law reads, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father or daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness shalt thou not uncover. And her explanation is sexual relationships between siblings, whole or half, is against Torah. DNA testing should be considered for potential relationships when uncertainty of close kinship is in question. Hallelujah. Yes. And that's so true. And because there are so many people living in communities with their brothers and sisters and don't even know it, but then they end up, I've heard of stories, real life stories of people marrying each other, having children, and then finding out years later that they're brother and sister. It's deep. It's deep because people aren't telling, fathers out here mainly having children and not telling people and hiding them from their families. Yep.
I like that.
Oh,
I like that advertisement when the guy comes in the house and he's talking to his dad, and he says, "Dad, what do you say? Oh, he says, Dad, I met this girl down the street. I wanted to marry her." And Dad says, "Yo, son, you can't do that because that's your sister." He says, "All right, well, how about this one over here?" He says, "Oh, no, you can't marry her either because that's your sister." She said, "Well, Dad, you get around." The mom heard the conversation. Mom said, "Don't worry about it because he ain't your father." Man, I thought that was so funny. I thought that was so funny. You got some commandments this time. I thought that was so funny. Said, "Don't worry about it because he ain't your daddy."
Oh. All right. We have a couple more laws that came in. So at Tahor Kodesh, her law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 2. And it reads, "Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Yisrael, and say unto them, ye shall be holy, for I, the Creator, your power, am holy. And her explanation is we are required to become holy as the Creator is holy. Though many people say I'm perfectly imperfect, but the Creator calls to strive towards that holiness, perfection. Hallelujah. Sis. Toda Rabbah, a good reminder. Toda Rabbah. I do see we have Carlin. His is in the book of Numbers, but I'm going to go to Zaquina Opal only because she's still in Leviticus, and I can just scroll and get her verse. And then I'll go back to Carlin's. So Zaquina Opal's law can be found in Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 33. And her law reads, and if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, ye shall not vex him. And I believe she says, and if a stranger dwells with you in your land, you shall not mistreat him. My explanation is, if you have a stranger come your house, you should just treat them just like how you treat yourself. Hallelujah. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah, Zaquina Opal. All right. Carlin's law can be found in the book of Numbers, Bamidbar, chapter 15, verse 38 through 39, verses 38 through 39, and they read, speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue, and a riband of blue, and it shall be unto you for a fringe, that you may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Most High, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a whoring. And his explanation is a biblical passage. Okay, I think he has to put an explanation, but I guess this is a biblical passage from the Old Testament containing the Creator's command to the Israelites to sew tassels, tzitzit, with a blue thread on the corners of their garments. Toda Rabbah, Toda Rabbah, Carlin, Toda Rabbah, Carlin for your law. All right, everybody, law has been sent in and read. Thank you all.
Carlin give another commandment?
It's the same. What? Oh. Okay. Well, no, he added 37, which was, and the Most High spoke up to Moshe saying,
all right,
same commandment. All right, I just wanted to play a song before we go into our lesson for today.
the lesson's gonna be hot, so get your pens, your paper, your notepads. And Sister Ornita, coming on, we can use you, sis.
When you wake up in the morning and it's raining in your heart and you feel like you can't make it before you even start, your world is wrapped in darkness and you cannot see the light, and all your situations don't seem to work out right. What you do? You open up your vision, open up the law, and remember just who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be here. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year. See, Moses was a servant with a very special deed. He was sent to old Pharaoh to say, let God's people be. Israel was captive of an unrighteous man. Oh, Pharaoh would not hearken to the words of the Most High's plan. He opened up your vision, opened up the law, and remember just who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be here. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year. When you wake up in the morning.
Almost on my feet.
I don't understand. It's like you didn't know the song was over. That's okay. I don't understand it. Maybe one day I will. All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Where my readers at? Where my readers at? I ain't got none of my readers right now. None of my readers are present, so I got to do this all myself. We got about 4 chapters to read today. So we're going to get started. We ain't going to waste no time. We're going to jump right in it. The name of the lesson today is Between Her Feet. Between Her Feet. Wow. Now, I had some sayings, but I don't see where they were. I can't find them. So we just got to deal with what we got. Between her feet. It's deep. So I know what you might be thinking when you hear that. Between her feet. I know what you might be thinking, but I promise you, you ain't got no idea what this lesson is about. But it's a good lesson. It's another lesson to pick up from last week's lesson, talking about phenomenal women in Israel. All right? But we're going to start our reading today in the book of Judges. Judges, the 3rd chapter, verse 1. Judges chapter 3, verse 1. So can we all go there, please? Or if you can read the screen. If not, I'll blow it up if it needs to be any larger. Y'all let me know what I need to do. If I need to make it any larger, let me know. Judges chapter 3, verse 1. Now, as I was reading and preparing for my class, I noticed something here in Judges chapter 3 and verse 1 that a lot of times in life we tend to forget, or we tend to think that this thing doesn't happen. Excuse me, but this thing happens more often than you know. As you go through life, oftentimes the Most High tests you. All right, my brother. Oftentimes the Most High tests you, and he tests you with things in your life where he can see your progression and how you developed and what you've learned from your previous mistakes. Now, as we're reading this, I want you to keep in mind that the Most High will test us. We'll cry out to him. He'll restore us back to greatness. He'll test us again. We cry out to him, and he'll restore us back to greatness. But each and every one of those times that we were tested, we failed, and the punishment was longer, and longer every time, until we eventually got to this curse that we're living in today, which has been the longest of all the curses. Prior to this, the longest curse that I know of captivity that we were in, lasted for 70 years. It was a Babylonian captivity, and it lasted for 70 years. After that, the Most High brought a lot of wrath upon us for our wickedness. But the last captivity, the longest captivity that I know that is on record is this captivity that we're in right now, 400 plus. And we still here and still counting. I think in 2019, I think was a year of release according to that 400-year cycle. But we've been here for some time. But I do see the curse lifting. I do see things taking place and changes happening. But the story must be told as the story is. I want you to watch this because a lot of people, especially people who teach from the persuasion of Christianity, that the Most High don't tempt you. Satan tempts you. Well, that's false. The Most High tests us. The Most High tries us. The Most High checks to see if we're ready to move on to the next level in life. So he's going to test our people. And he's going to try our people, and he's going to see if we're ready to move to the next level in life. Moray Kezu, are you with me, bro?
Kane, I need Paul.
All right, we're going to start our reading in the book of Judges, chapter 3, verse 1.
Okay. I'll read out of the KJV version. So Judges chapter 3, verse 1, and it reads, Hallelujah. Now these are the nations which the Most High left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known all the wars of Canaan.
So let me paint the picture for you so you'll know where we're at. The children of Israel now are living in the wilderness in the days of the judges, and they're flourishing, they're prospering, they're doing their own thing. This is the new generation who did not know anything of warfare like their forefathers. You know, you can compare that to the life that we're living in today. A lot of our children today know nothing about the struggle that we've been in, that we grew up in. I remember standing in the kitchen of my mama's house, eating jelly sandwiches. And if we didn't have a jelly sandwich, we had a sugar sandwich. And if we didn't have a sugar sandwich, we had a syrup sandwich. And I used to take the bread in my hand and squeeze it like this and bite the white bread from the top with the sugar or the syrup or the jelly in it to make it feel like I had some meat or something in it. That was the struggle. The struggle for me, a lot of people probably don't know. A lot of you probably didn't experience it, but I'm sure a lot of you can explain your own struggles. But I remember going to school with sneakers on, and I had on my father-in-law's socks, James Posey, the one I talked about earlier, and I was running, and I slid on the ground. The tongue of the sock came out the bottom of the shoe, out the hole that was in my shoe, because the sock was too big. So I had to put the sock on by folding it over under my feet and putting my foot in the shoe. I was in the 3rd grade. But that's what the struggle was all about growing up in those days. A lot of people don't know about those struggles. Not having nothing to eat, wearing the same clothes for weeks. A lot of people don't know about them struggles. Going to the neighbor's house to borrow water, running extension cords out of the window from one house to the next so you can heat up on a hot plate so you can have some hot water to wash up in the bathroom because your water didn't work and you definitely didn't have no hot water. I understand what it was about. I understood the struggle. And my children today, I thank the Most High for it, that they don't have to ever see that type of a struggle. But a lot of the children today in this world that we're living in, they don't know what the struggle was like. So they can't possibly understand. In the land of Canaan, back in these days, they didn't understand what the struggle was like. Where you're making prayer and you got to stand with a sword to make prayer because the enemies are trying to creep up on you. They didn't understand that struggle. They got to make prayer in the place freely and didn't have to worry about people outside trying to hurt or harm them. It was a different life from when they were their children, when their parents was growing up versus when they were growing up. So they never seen these wars. They didn't know what war was about. So the Most High had to test them. And in the process of testing them, he had to take and give them bits and pieces of warfare so that he can acclimate them into soldiers and warriors and to what they came about to be in King David's time, King David's time. All right. So this right now was right after the time of Moshe, right after the time of Yahshua and Caleb. All right. This is the time that we're reading about right now. And our people didn't know a whole lot about warfare at this particular time. Verse 2, my brother, Babakasha. Lori Kezu, you still on mute.
Came, exactly. I got booted. Verse 2. Only that the generations of the children of Israel might know to teach them war. At the least, such as before knew nothing thereof.
So what I'm trying to hold on, my brother.
Okay.
It was only in order that the generations of the people of Israel might know war, to teach war to those who had not known it before. The Most High had a purpose for the test that he was putting you through. You here in your life today, all the struggling, all the hard times, all the hardship, all the suffering, all the pains, and even a lot of the rewards are tests from the Most High to see if you're worthy to go to that next level. You have to pass those tests in order to see the next level. But as a result, our people, we failed the test. And let's see what happens. Read on, please.
Verse 3. Namely, 5 lords of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, and the Hivites that dwelt in Mount Lebanon, from Mount Baal Hermon until entering in of Hamath, and they were to prove Israel by them, to know whether they would hearken unto the commandments of the Most High, which he commanded their fathers by the hand of Moshe.
A lot of this goes on today in our lives. The Creator brings things that appears to be blessings and things to be curses, hard times in our lives to test us, to see if we're going to be loyal to him. I had a brother call me a little while ago, about a year ago now. He said, well, Prince, I've been looking for a wife for a long time, and I can't find me a wife. And I was just, thinking about going to the other nations to find me a wife. To the Islamic nation, he said, because for some reason, I can't find a wife as long as I practice this Hebrew stuff. But if I leave this Hebrew stuff, I'm thinking I might be able to find me a wife. That was a test from the Creator, and he just failed. Or let's say he got weak at that point. I don't know if he failed because I don't know if he left. Now, I haven't heard from him in a while, but I don't know if he left. Now, I guess I can take that as an indication that he might have left. But a lot of times I'm not talking about you struggling your whole life, you underground. That's not what I'm talking about. The Most High will fluctuate your life. You'll have good times, you have bad times, you have good times, you have bad times. But in the midst of those good times, the Most High bring some testing upon you to see how you're going to keep his commandments in your life today. He might just open up the floodgate of the lottery. All of a sudden, you got a whole lot of money. He want to know if you'll still serve him if you got a lot of money. You might think $1,000 is a lot of money. The Most High is saying, I got $20 billion waiting for you. I want to see how you're going to act with that $1,000. So when you get that $1,000, when the job offer you to come in on Shabbat and they'll pay you overtime or double time or triple time, it's a test to see if you're going to fall for that. They're going to give you $400 for 1 day's worth of work, and whereas ordinarily you make $150 for 1 day's worth of work, and you feel like, oh man, I'm going to go for that because it was a test. It was a setup by the Most High. Satan didn't have nothing to do with that. He may have been the device that the Most High used to test you, but that was a test, and it came from on high. The Creator tested you. That's why it says, and the Most High tested them. It doesn't say Satan tested them. The Most High tested them. because the Most High wants to know where you are truly at in your inward parts, in your servitude to him. Whether he's going to bless you and take you to another level or just allow you to remain stagnant. And if you think about it, family, a lot of us have been remaining stagnant in the same spiritual level for a very long time. We can't shake our vices. We can't save any money. Some of us can't even make any money. We can't seem to change the situation in our lives. And it's because we keep failing those tests. Test after test after test, we fail. But the Most High, the good thing is that he's giving you the tests, because that's to let you know that he's trying to elevate you. He wants you to succeed. He wants you to prove that you can pass that test. Some of us, he's testing us with women. Some of us, he's testing us with drugs. Some of us, he's testing us with cars. Some of us, he's testing us with jobs, with money, with income. You'll be surprised, but the Most High tests you all the way around before he opens the floodgates and take you to that next level. And when you get to that next level, the test that he used to give you, he won't give you no more. Now you got a whole different set of tests coming at you, because the next level after that is 4 and 5 levels above. So the old test that the job calling you for work, that test don't work no more, because you work for yourself, or you already serving the Most High and you know not to work on Shabbat. That's out your system. So your test might come by the way of a female or a male if you're a woman. That might be how your test gonna come. Now you in a situation, you and your baby, you and your 2 babies or 1 baby, and you really been asking the Creator for a husband for years. So now this one man shows interest to you. But in order to be this man's wife, you got to stop worshiping the Most High. You can't live that Israelite life. You got to do what this man has for you to do, because you're his wife. So you give in to that. You say, okay, I'll obey and I'll do. That was a test by the Most High, because you desire more to have a man in your life than you do to obey the rules, statutes, and judgments of the Creator. It's a test. Read on, my brother.
And the children of Israel dwelt among the Canaanites, Hittites, and Amorites, and Perizzites, and Hivites, and Jebusites. And they took their daughters to be their wives, and gave their daughters to their sons, Slikah, and served their deities.
So you see what the test was? The children of Israel felt the test. They began to worship these deities. Oftentimes, as I look around the scriptures on Facebook and social media, I'll see these people who are anti-Bible. And they be having some great stuff that they're presenting about why you shouldn't believe in the Bible. Great stuff. Let me give you an example. One of the examples is, if Adam and Eve was the only person on the planet during that time, then when they had a son named Cain, when he grew up, who did he marry? If Adam and Eve was the only ones, then who did their son grow up and marry? Did he marry his sister? Did he marry his cousin? But see, people who are not learned in Scripture, who don't understand Scripture, they would bypass the part that in that same chapter, it says, in the process of time. That means that time went by. Those people was getting to live to 800-900 years at that time. It says time went by. It says in the process of time 2 times in that chapter, in the process of time, in the process of time. That means that time had went by. Other people began to become a part of the earth. They had children, cousins had children, the brothers had children. But in that day, for you to lay down with your brother's daughter wasn't a problem. So much time had elapsed, they had whole cities already developed. A lot of time, a lot of things can happen in 100 years. But they was living to 6, 7, 8, 900 years even. But nobody looks at that part because you're not learning it in Scripture. So that's an issue. When somebody brings you these things about their religion, And then they begin to show you errors in your religion. And you say, oh, yeah, I see that. You're right. Most of the time, not all the time, because there are some errors in the scriptures, but you got to know what they are. But most of the time, you say, oh, yeah, that's right. And you off and running, and you leave the Most High, you leave the commands, and you begin to live a different lifestyle. And when you go to do that and you begin to live that different lifestyle, in the beginning of that lifestyle, it seems to be prosperous. But the end of that path is destruction and damnation, because the Most High doesn't like the fact that you disrespected him, you walked away from your lineage, from your heritage, and you gravitated to somebody else's doctrine. The Father doesn't like that. So here's my warning to you today. No matter how difficult the path seems to be for you to stay intact with this law, never let the Most High out of your life. Never leave this law. It's all about your understanding and your willingness to accept the reality of this law. And a lot of people don't want to accept this. A lot of people don't want to accept the reality of how the Most High has established this life for us to be. Read on, please. So we worshiped all these idols, statues, and images, and the Most High brought down his wrath, and this was a part of the punishment.
And verse 7, and the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Most High, and forgot the Most High their power, and served Baalim and the groves. Therefore the anger of the Most High was hot against Israel, and he sold them into the hand of the Cushan Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, and the children of Israel, Cushan Rishathaim.
Kusharithaim. And according to the study of his name, it means twice over evil, or twice evil. Read on, please. Twice evil. So that means that we have been evil in the sight of the Most High twice. Read on, please.
Right. And the children of Israel served Cushan Rishathaim 8 years. And when the children of Israel cried unto the Most High raised up a deliverer to the children of Israel, who delivered them.
So what he did was, he put us in the hand of a punisher to bring us punishment. We served that man for 8 years. We served that man. And all we had to do was cry to the Most High, turn from our wicked ways, change our behavior, return to him in servitude, because all that is a part about crying to him. Because remember, the scripture said we forgot about him. So we wasn't thinking about the Most High, but when that wrath came upon our heads, we began to cry to him. We remembered him, just like Deuteronomy chapter 30 says. Remember the Most High. And when we begin to remember him, it means that we begin to do his laws. We begin to do his commandments. That's what zikron, that's what it means. Zikron is to remember. And that's what we begin to do. We remember the laws of the Creator, and we begin to implement them in our lives. And when we begin to do that, scripture says, and the children of Israel remembered the Most High. And they cried to him. And when we cried to our Father, he heard us. And what happened when he heard us? He sent us who? Othniel. Verse 9.
Cain, even Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother.
Now, keep that in mind. That was Caleb's. Caleb means dog in Hebrew. Caleb means dog. But Caleb was the one who went out with, he was actually a ruler over Israel for a while. He went out with Yahushua and 10 other people to spy out the land. And only Caleb and Yahushua came back with a positive report about the Canaanites, that we can defeat them. Caleb got to be a ruler in Israel. So his brother was on that chain line of royalty. Y'all follow what I'm saying? He was in that lineage of royalty. Read on, please.
And I came upon him, and he judged Israel, and he went out to war, and the Most High delivered Cushan Rishatayim, king of Mesopotamia, into his hand.
Now, he prevailed against them. And this king that he's talking about is in Mesopotamia. I got to point this picture, draw this picture out for you. Mesopotamia is in Babylon, Iran, Iraq. All that land over there is Mesopotamia. So when you hear that this man, Cushan Rishatayim, king of Mesopotamia, he was king of all that land. And he had a hard hand on us, burdensome hand on us for 8 years. Oh, that was a little longer than 8 years. And then the Most High put us in that punishment, sent us a deliverer, and now we came out of that captivity, verse 11. I think you cut off, bro. I can't hear you. Your mic is muted. I think Kezu got kicked out. All right. I'll read until you get back in, brother Kezu.
No, Anipo.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Let's see you.
I'll read until you get back in, brother Kezu. No, Anipo.
Background, bro. All right, let's try it again. Probably got to turn the device down. Go sit there. Moray Kezu.
Kane, did you want me to continue?
Yes, please.
It's a little something. Kane. Kane, did you want me to continue? Yes, please. It's a little.
Do you have two devices?
And the land had rest 40 years. This is verse 11. And the land had rest 40 years. What? His hand prevailed against Cushan Rishatayim was the end of chapter, verse 10. And the land had rest 40 years, and Othniel, the son of Kenaz, died.
So we have 40 years of rest. But remember, we only have 40 years because the Most High, we were serving him. And as soon as we began not to serve him, he then brought down another wrath of punishment. Judges chapter 3, verse 12.
And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Most High. And the Most High strengthened Eglon, the king of Moab, against Israel, because they had done evil in the sight of the Most High. And he gathered unto him the children of Ammon and Amalek, and went and smote Israel, and possessed the city of palm trees. So the children of Israel served Eglon, the king of Moab, 18 years.
The Most High added 10 years to that punishment. Read on.
But when the children of Israel cried unto the Most High, Yah raised them up a deliverer, Ehud, the son of Gerah, a Benjamite, a man left-handed. And by him the children of Israel sent a present unto Eglon, the king of Moab.
Ehud happened to be a powerful man, very wise, very intelligent, but he loved his people. He loved his people so much that he was willing to risk his own life to save his people. Watch what Ehud does. Read on, please.
But Ehud made him a dagger which had 2 edges of a cubit length, and he did gird it under his raiment upon his right thigh.
A cubit is like from elbow to the tip of your finger. That's a cubit. So this dagger was a cubit's length. Read on. 2 edges, a cubit in length.
And he
It was a
brought the present unto Eglon, king of Moab, and Eglon was a very fat man. And when he had made an end to offer the present, he sent away the people that bear the present. But he himself turned again from the quarries that were by Gilgal and said, I have a secret errand unto thee, O king, who said, keep silence. And all that stood by him went out from him.
So he
And
must have
Ehud,
been a trusted man. He must have had the king's favor in one way or another in order for the king to be alone with him. So he played on that trust, but he had deception in his heart. But it was righteous deception because this king was torturing his people. So he had to risk his life to take the life of that king. Will you risk your life for the safety of your people today? Would you, as an Israelite man or as an Israelite woman, would you risk your life for the safety of your people today? So if you saying, yeah, Prince, I would, then why don't you change your life for the safety of the people? You ain't got to risk it. All you got to do is give up those bad habits and begin to be the best version of yourself and contribute to the life of our people. Be an asset and not a liability. Be someone that can help somebody, because right now you can't help yourself. Think about it, family. If you're willing to give your life for this nation, then let go of the things that's holding you back from being as great as you can possibly be. Read on, please. Verse 20.
and Ehud came unto him, and he was sitting in a summer parlor. Okay, this is verse 20. And Ehud came unto him, and he was sitting in a summer parlor, which he had for himself alone. And Ehud said, I have a message from Yah unto thee. And he arose out of his seat. And Ehud put forth his left hand and took the dagger from his right thigh and thrust it into his belly.
Wow.
And the shaft also went in after the blade. And the fat closed upon the blade, so that he could not draw the dagger out of his belly. And the dirt came out.
When it say the dirt came out, he actually excreted feces. Feces came out of his stomach because of where he got stabbed in the abdomen. Feces came out. Read on, please.
Then Ehud went forth through the porch and shut the doors of the parlor upon him and locked them. Then Ehud went forth. When he was gone out, his servants came, and when they saw that, behold, the doors of the parlor were locked, they said, surely he covereth his feet in his summer chamber. And they tarried till they were ashamed. And behold, he opened not the doors of the parlor. Therefore they took a key and opened them. And behold, their Lord was fallen down dead on the earth.
So each time the children of Israel will go into punishment, they'll cry to the Creator will send them a Redeemer. And then we'll live that way for a long time or a little while, and then we start sinning again. That same action is displayed in our behavior even till today. The Most High will bless us and show us that He's with us. That energy from that blessing, it lasts for a little while, and then our desires kick in and we start doing what we want to do, showing the Most High that we're not truly worthy. And then He'll send us in another hard time, another hardship, another punishment to try to get our attention. And we give Him our attention, but it's only for a little while until He raises His hand up off of us from punishing us. And then after we had that hand lifted up for a little while, some of us 6 months, some of us a year, some of us a week. But after the Most High raises that hand, we right back into the foolishness again. I had a brother who used to tell me, man, don't stand too close to me, man, because lightning might fall from the sky. I done did so much, the Creator ready to get me. He was an Israelite, knowledgeable Israelite man who spoke like that. He used to always talk like that. And now today, he's laying up in a hospital bed, in the hospital like a zombie, because that's how he served the Most High. The Most High gave him time after time after time after time. The man had about two heart attacks in one stroke. Each one was a separate situation where he did all these things. The Most High did that. Now come back to me. I always say, come on, man, let's get it right. The Most High trying to get your attention. Yeah, man, I know. And he liked to do things with the girlies in his spare time. He kept going back, kept doing it. But he would never enter into a committed marriage with these females. And he would do things that he knew he was doing things to violate the law. And the Most High said, enough is enough. After about 5 or 6 different tragic things that would have killed an ordinary man, he made it through. But the last time I seen him, this side of his arm couldn't move, this side of his arm couldn't move, and he was asleep, laying in a hospital bed. And I just left. I didn't even bother to wake him up. I just left. And only thing that hits my mind is all the times that he said he know he out of order with the Creator. He's just thankful he got away with what he did. And I said, wow, how could this be? So why am I sharing this? Not to make my brother look bad, but to open up your eyes to the reality of this king. If it's anything that I can share with you today, is to never forsake the Creator in the decisions that you make in your life, ever. Especially not for flesh and blood. Flesh and blood is not worth eternity. And a lot of us haven't caught on to that reality yet. Flesh and blood is not worth your eternity. Now, my brother, I don't even know if he passed away yet or not. That was 2 months ago when I last saw him. I don't even know. But that's how he lived. He said, don't stand too close to me, man. A lightning bolt might come from the sky and hit me. That's how I live my life. I said, wow. Remember one time he got punched in the eye and beat up. That wasn't a warning enough for him. He still went back out in the streets and did what he did. So I hope it's enough for you to learn from his mistakes and learn not to disrespect this king ever in your life. Read on, please.
And Ehud escaped while they tarried, and passed beyond the quarries, and escaped unto Sirayat. And it came to pass, when he was come, that he blew a trumpet in the mountain of Ephraim. And the children of Israel went down with him from the mount, and he before them. And he said unto them, follow after me, for the Most High have delivered your enemies, the Moabites, into your hand. And they went down after him, and took the fords of Jordan toward Moab, and suffered not a man to pass over. And they slew of Moab at that time about 10,000 men, all lusty, and all men of valor, and there escaped not a man. So Moab was subdued that day under the hand of Israel, and the land had rest for 80 years.
First time it was 40 years, next time it was 80 years. Every time the Most High brings blessings and we pass that test, he gives us more blessings. But then that test is always prevalent. And let's see what happens with this test. Read on, please. Moreh Kezu.
Sleep guy. And after him was Shamgar, the son of Anat, which slew of the Philistines 600 men with an ox goad. And he also delivered Israel.
Uh-huh.
And after him was...
Read on, bro. Well, you with me, man? Moreh Kezu, are you there? All right, I know your intentions is good.
King, Anipo.
Yeah, but
It's a lag between.
Are you there? All right, I know you.
Let me try to log off and come back on. But you can continue.
All right. All right, we're gonna try to give him a few minutes to come back in. His machine had broken off, and then it came back in. You guys probably hear something, but what you hear is the after effect. So just give him a second. He's going to come back in, and we're going to pick up where we left off. So now the name of this lesson is Between Her Feet. There's a specific reason why we named this lesson Between Her Feet. We're talking about the part between a woman's feet, between the ground and the dirt, and between her 2 feet and her legs. And this woman who did this miraculous thing, her victim laid between her feet. We're going to read on, and we're going to see what is hidden for. You back, Murray? You can read Judges chapter 4, verse 1. Now, we're going to get into the story of Deborah. Murray, let me hear you say something, please. I can't hear you, Murray. All right, I'm going to read, Murray, because I don't know what's going on with your mic, and I don't want to hold the people up any longer. I appreciate your willingness to help out, but you're having a hard time today. Maybe it's your Wi-Fi or something, but you're really having a difficult time. So I'm going to strain my voice, and I'm going to do the readings, if you don't mind. Toda Rabbah, and thank you for your participation and all of your efforts. May the Most High bless you on behalf of that. Toda Rabbah. We're reading about Deborah and Barak. We're getting into the story of Deborah and Barak. Now, I want to bring this to your attention. Deborah was a woman. First thing I want to say, Deborah was a woman. But guess what? She was a leader and a judge of Israel. She judged the people. She was a female. I know IUIC and all them other people, Christian people, gonna say, ain't no woman got no business judging no Israelite man. That ain't what the scriptures say. In this instance, it doesn't say that. Deborah, who was a female, was exceptional. She judged the people. So women, give yourself a pat on the back because you got a powerful woman doing something that most women can't do or wasn't doing, and that most males today would be upset because they're going to tell you that it can't happen. But here's another prime example of an exceptional woman. And Deborah was it. Now, also, I want you to know that Deborah was a prophetess. I didn't know that till I started preparing for this class. Deborah was a prophetess. I knew she was a judge, but there's a reason why she was a judge. The reason is because she was a prophetess, and she could speak the oracles of the Most High, and they came to pass. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that until I prepared for this class. So let's read. And the people of Israel again did what was evil in the sight of the Most High. After they had 40 years, 80 years of peace, they then began to do evil in the sight of the Most High. That was 80 years, right? Yeah, 80 years. Oh, 80, yes, 80. And the Most High sold them into the hand of Jabin. Now, Jabin was the king of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. The commander of his army was Sisera, who lived in Harosheth HaGoyim, the land of the Goyims. Then the people of Israel, or land of the Gentiles, then the people of Israel cried out to the Most High for help. For he had 900 chariots of iron, and he oppressed the people of Israel cruelly for 20 years. First it was 8, then it was 18, now it's 20. Each time we disobeyed the Most High and failed him, the next punishment we got was even longer than the first one. And like my brother put up in the room, our last real punishment was like 2,000 years, where we were kicked out, expelled for over 2,000 years, over 2,000 years. But the punishment as slaves in captivity as a nation was just recent. Then the people of Israel cried out to the Most High for help, for he had 900 chariots of iron, and he oppressed the people of Israel cruelly for 20 years. Now Deborah, a prophetess, even the scriptures tell you she was a prophetess. I didn't even realize that was there. I realized it because she's going to prophesy something that I did not know and understand until I prepared for this class. And I'm going to share it with you. Watch this. Watch what she says. She was the wife of Lapidoth. She was judging Israel at the time. She used to sit in under the palm of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim. And the people of Israel came up to her for judgment. She sent and summoned Barak. Now she summoned some man to come to her. Y'all see how powerful she was? She actually put out an order and people had to obey. She sent and summoned for Barak, the son of Abinoam from Kadesh Naphtali, and said to him, now Barak was of the tribe of Naphtali, so far that we know. From the holiness of Naphtali, we assume that they mean that he's from the tribe of Naphtali. Yes, yes. But you watch what happened, sis. Watch what happened. Has not the Most High, the power of Israel, commanded you? How does she know that the Most High commanded Barak, except that she communes with the Most High? See, we don't even pay attention to that. That's why she was in the position getting all the respect that she got. She was a powerful woman. She was a prophetess of the Most High. He says, go gather your men at Mount Tabor, taking 10,000 from the people of Naphtali and the people of Zabulon. So obviously the Creator spoke to Barak and said, do this, but he didn't move. So she called for him. You take it too long to do what the Creator told you to do. But he was afraid. Why was he afraid? Because he did not want to go without the Most High's protection. He wasn't sure. And I will draw out Sisera. Now pay attention to this. And I will draw out Sisera, the general of Jabin's army, to meet you by the river Kishon with his chariots and his troops, and I will give him into your hand. That is not Deborah speaking. That's the Most High using her as a vessel to speak through her. See, I didn't notice all these things years ago, all the way up until just this week when I was reading this and meditating on it and praying to the Most High for discernment so I can deliver to you the message. I didn't know, but the Most High brought all this to you. May have known, and a lot of you sisters may have known, but Prince didn't know. The Spirit through the sister Deborah said, and I will draw out Sisera, the general of Jabin's army, to meet you by the river Kishon, and his chariots and his troops, and I will give him into your hands. But when he got him in his hands, Sisera escaped. Now let's read on. Barak said to her, if you will go with me, I will go. Now I thought that was Barak talking to Deborah. But it wasn't. It was the Barak having a conversation with the Almighty who was speaking through Deborah. Now watch this. Barak said to her, if you will go with me, then I will go. But if you will not go with me, I will not go. And this is how she responded to him. Pay attention. And she said, I will surely go with you. Now that's not her speaking. That's the prophet, the prophetess speaking the words of the Most High. I never knew that. And she said, I will surely go with you. Nevertheless, the road on which you are going will not lead to your glory, for the Most High will sell Sisera into the hands of a woman. Now, when I read that part, I thought that the glory of Sisera dying was going to go to Deborah because she accompanied Barak to go kill the man. That's what I thought. But that's not what it is at all. This is Deborah speaking a prophecy about what's going to happen. That this man, Sisera, is going to die by the hands of a woman. I never thought for 1 minute that she was prophesying. I thought she was talking about herself. Like my sister Yakia said, I thought sister was just being humble. You know, what? Listen, man, you don't want a woman to get the glory because if I go with you, I'm going to get the glory. That's what I thought. But that's not what she's saying. She's prophesying. She's prophesying. The glory of the Most High is going to go with him. But if that's the case, if he got to take the prophetess with him, he ain't going to get the glory. A woman would. And that woman that's getting the glory is not Deborah. It has nothing to do with Deborah getting the glory. I always thought that that's what this chapter was talking about, but it didn't go that way. Verse 10. Book of Judges, 4th chapter, verse 10. And Barak called out Zebulun and Naphtali. Barak called out Zebulun and Naphtali to Kadesh. And 10,000 men went up at his heel, and Deborah went up with him. Wow. He called out, man, I can stand here and put out a call to the house of Israel. I can't get 50 men to come up and stand strong because I asked them to come. Barak got 10,000 plus, 10,000 plus to come out and to go to war and to fight. It's deep. It's deep. Now Heber, now watch this, family, because this is something else that I did not know until later. Now Eber, the Kenite, had separated from the Kenites, the descendant of Hobab, the father-in-law of Moshe, and had pitched his tent as far away as the oak of Zanim, which is near Kadesh. Now Eber, the Kenite, has separated from the Kenites, the descendant of Hobab. Now y'all remember who Hobab is? Hobab is Moshe's father-in-law, the Kenite. Moshe had two father-in-laws, Ruel and Hobab. Two. So therefore, Moshe had more than one wife. Y'all see that? Moshe had, Zipporah wasn't Moshe's only wife. Moshe had two wives, a minimum of two wives that we know of. Hobab was Moshe's father-in-law. And Heber was a descendant of Hobab. He was probably his great-grandson or his grandson, somewhere in that area, but he was a descendant of Hobab, Heber, and had pitched his tent as far away as the oak Zananim, which is near Kadesh. Now, why do they mention this man Hobab, Heber? Why do they mention Heber? They're mentioning Heber for a very important reason, and it's going to all tie in later. Don't read ahead. I see you trying to read ahead to get the answers. Just be quiet. Just watch. Let's walk. Let's talk. Let's do this together. All right, here we go. When Sisera was told that Barak, the son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor, now that's the general of the king's army, heard that Barak went to Mount Tabor, Sisera called out his chariots, 900 chariots of iron, and all the men who were with him from Horesh Hagoyim to the river Kishon. And Deborah said to Barak, up, for this is the day, she's prophesying, this is the day in which the Most High has given Sisera into your hands. He's going to die. Does not the Most High go out before you? That was his request. He was asking for the Most High to go with him. It says, does not the Most High go out before you? So Barak went down from Mount Tabor with 10,000 men following him. And the Most High, as he said, he routed Sisera and his chariots and his army before Barak by the edge of the sword. And Sisera got down from his chariot and he ran. So all the men that he brought got slumped by the river. They all got slumped, but Sisera was still alive. Why? Why was he still alive and why did he escape? He was still alive and he escaped because the prophecy had to be fulfilled. What was the prophecy that needed to be fulfilled that was spoken by the mouth of Deborah? The prophecy that Deborah spoke out of her mouth was that if the Most High had to go with him, if he had to take the prophetess with him, to take the Most High with him, to go down to the battle, that because he didn't trust the Most High to go down by himself, that a woman would get the glory for killing Sisera. So therefore, in order for a woman to get the glory, Sisera had to get away. He escaped. So he's running right now. But guess what? Guess where he runs? He runs into the household of one of his friends. Hobad's, Hobad's descendant was a friend because they were Kenites. And the Canaanites lived all with those people that Sisera was from. They were friends. They was all in cahoots together. So Sisera thought that he could go to Hobad's house or Heber's house and be safe. And watch what happened. Baruch pursued, I think I moved that too fast. And the Most High routed Sisera, verse 15. And the Most High routed Sisera and all his chariots and all his army before Baruch by the edge of the sword. The Most High killed him. And Sisera got down from his chariot and fled away on foot. And Baruch pursued the chariots and the army of Harosheth Hagoyim, and all the army of Sisera fell by the edge of the sword. Not one man was left. But Sisera fled away on foot to the tent of Yael. Now, who was Yael? She was the wife of Heber the Kenite. Now, why did they have to mention Heber first earlier in the story? Because they had to tie the lineage of who Yael was that's about to do this great thing. Yael was the wife of Heber. Heber was his grandfather, or somewhere in his family line, close, because it ain't been but several years, somewhere in his family line was Moshe's father-in-law. Moshe's father-in-law, they got along great. I'm sure they got along great. So the Hebrew people, Heber understood who the Hebrew people were. Sisera runs to his Heber's house thinking that he got some safety because Heber and the king that he worked for and Sisera were all friends. But not so. because Heber loved the children of Israel. And that's why he was mentioned in the scripture earlier, to show the relationship to him and the children of Israel. By his lineage, his fathers, his grandfathers, they knew the children of Israel. Matter of fact, they knew Moshe. So therefore, they was tied in with that house of Israel. Probably had some family members that was still tied in the house of Israel, because I'm sure Moshe had other children. You follow what I'm saying? So Heber found more tied to the children of Israel than he did to Sisera. But let's leave that alone, because he's not even home. For there was peace between Jabin, who was the king of Hazor, and the house of Heber the Kenite. You see what I mean? They had family ties. They was cool. So therefore, Sisera, who was a servant of Jabin, thought it was cool for him to run into the king's friend's house. And that's what he did. And Yael, my girl Yael, she came out to meet Sisera. So he's thinking that he's welcome. All right? He thinks that he's welcome. And Yael came out to meet Sisera and said to him, now I want y'all to watch this, because I promise y'all, before this week, before I studied for this class, I never knew half the things that I'm teaching y'all about today. The Creator allowed my mind to open up. He gave me this information, and now I'm sharing it with y'all. Yael came out to meet Sisera and said to him, turn aside, my Lord. She played him from the beginning. Turn aside, my Lord. Turn aside to me. Do not be afraid. She won his confidence. She assured him that, hey, my husband and your boss, your king, they friends, and you cool with me. I got your back. She assured him. So guess what? She won his favor. So he turned aside to her into the tent, and she covered him with a rug. I'm going to cover you up. I'm going to hide you. Now pay close attention to these next few words. I'm going to hide you. I'm going to protect you. Watch what she did. And here go the words. And he said to her, now he requested of her, please give me a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. And I know you ain't never paid this no mind, because I never paid it no mind. He said, please give me a little bit of water to drink, because I am thirsty. He was tired. He was running for his life. You know, he was paranoid. He was scared. But guess what she did? She's thinking, and we wasn't thinking, but she was. Watch what she did. So she opened a skin of milk and gave him a drink and covered him. Why she do all that? She was thinking. We wasn't thinking. She was thinking. He didn't ask for milk. He asked for water. Then she gonna give him some milk, and she gonna cover him up. What's that's gonna do? That's gonna make that man fall asleep. And that's exactly what she did. She put something heavy on his stomach, the milk, and then she gave him a blanket and made him comfortable. He was running all that time. He's tired. She did exactly what she was supposed to do. Watch, so that he can lay right between her feet. Watch it. Watch it. And he said to her, please give me a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. So she opened a skin of milk and gave him drink. And that was warm milk. She didn't even have it in the refrigerator. It was warm milk. You know what warm milk do with babies when you want a baby to go to sleep? You give them some warm milk. You know what that warm milk will do to them, right? All right. She opened a skin of milk and gave him drink and covered him. And he said to her, stand at the opening of the tent. Stand at the opening of the tent. He said to her, stand at the opening of the tent. And if any man comes and asks you, is anyone here? Say no. But Yael, the wife of Heber, took a peg and took a hammer in her hand. She knew what she was going to do from the door. Then she went softly to him and drove the peg into his temple until it went down to the ground between her feet. Between her feet. She drove the peg in his head with the hammer till it went down into the ground. She meant what she was doing. As he was lying fast asleep from weariness. He wasn't just lying fast asleep from weariness. He was lying fast asleep from that warm milk. From that warm milk. Clip this. So he died. And behold, as Barak was pursuing Sisera, Yael went out to meet him and said, prophecy fulfilled. The woman shall get the glory. She wasn't no soldier. She wasn't no soldier. But guess what? She had that warrior blood in her because she lived with a man who taught her warfare, who actually, she had the heart to be able to take the life of. How many of you could actually do that, sisters? How many sisters today could actually get a man to fall down between, he's an enemy of the state, and take and bang it through his, and put it in the ground? How many of you sisters could do that today? I bet you if you can, then that means you got a warrior husband. I promise you. I promise you. And if you ain't got a warrior husband, then you got a warrior father. I promise you. I promise you. That's where you got it from. It's good that she was able to do that. So he died. And behold, as Baruch was pursuing Sisera, the glory wasn't given to him. The glory was given to a woman from the prophetess who prophesied the words of the Most High. She knew exactly what was going to happen. She called it. She did it before they even left the house. She called it. She said, if I got to go with you to prove to you that the Most High is with you, then the glory is going to be given to a woman. I never understood that. I always thought she was talking about the glory being given to her. But it wasn't given to her. It was given to Yael. Let's read on the story, please. Behold, as Baruch was pursuing Sisera, Yael went out to meet him and said to him, come, come, come. I will show you the man whom you are seeking. So he went into her tent, and there lay Sisera dead as a doorknob with the tent peg in his temple. Dead. Yael wasn't no joke, man. She risked, she sacrificed, she jeopardized so much for her people. How many of you jeopardize, risk, and sacrifice for your people? Not just your household, but for the nation of Israel. We got a school, we can use some teachers. Any of y'all want to sacrifice and come and teach? You know, we got some tutoring we need done with some of the children. Anybody want to sacrifice and do some tutoring? We got some mentoring that we need to done with the children. Anybody want to come and do some mentoring? Let us know. We need that. We need that. So on that day, the Most High subdued Jabin, the king of Canaan, before the people of Israel. Even Jabin got the beat. And the hand of the people of Israel pressed harder and harder against Jabin, the king of Canaan, until they destroyed Jabin, king of Canaan. They killed that man. They put him to death because he was an oppressor to them. Jabin didn't just die. His soldiers died, and then his military general died. So almost all of his military might was destroyed. Him, his general, and many of his army, they were all destroyed. That's how the Most High delivers you when you call upon him in sincerity. When you really mean it, the Most High will bring you out of any situation, any circumstance that you're in. Call to the Creator. And I'm talking about them things that ain't self-provoked. Most of them be self-provoked, but I'm talking about the ones that happen that you really ain't got no control over, that falls upon your life. You cry to the Most High and he will bring you out. But let me tell you, there's a price you got to pay afterwards. And that price you got to pay is loyalty to the Creator. Never let that go. Never let that slip. Never forget your loyalty to this King. Judges chapter 5, verse 1. Then sang Deborah and Barak, the son of Abinoam, on that day. They both sang. They both sang that the leader took the lead in Israel, that the people offered themselves willingly, blessed the Most High. Those 10,000 men that came down offered themselves willingly to serve the Most High. How many of our people are offering themselves willingly to serve the children of Israel in this captivity that we're in right now, without requiring a payment or some type of something come up from you? It's not many. Judges chapter 5, verse 3. Hear, O kings, give ear, O princes, to the Most High I will sing. I will make melodies to the Most High, the power of Israel. Yohei, when you went out from Seir, when you marched from the region of Edom, the earth trembled and the heavens dropped. Yes, the clouds dropped water. The mountains quaked before you, O Most High, even Sinai before Yohei, the power of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, son of Anath, who was a judge of Israel, in the days of Yael, the highways were abandoned, and travelers kept to the byways. They did all that because of the warfare that was in the streets. The villagers ceased in Israel. They ceased to be until I arose. I, Deborah, arose as a mother in Israel. When new gods was chosen, when the other children of Israel were seeking out to worship other deities, Deborah remained loyal to the Most High. When new gods was chosen, then war was in the gates. Because of choosing these new gods, the Creator brought that plague upon us, and wars came into the gate. Was shield or spear to be seen among 40,000 in Israel? My heart goes out to the commanders of Israel who offered themselves willingly among the people. Blessed be Yohei. Tell of it, you who ride white donkeys, you who sit on rich carpets, and you who walk by the way to the sounds of musicians at the watering places. There they repeat the righteous triumphs of Yohei, the righteous triumph of his villagers in Israel. Then down to the gates marched the people of the Most High. Awake, awake, Deborah, awake, awake. Break out in song. Arise, Baruch. Lead away your captives, O son of Abinoam. Then down marched the remnant of the nobles. The people of the Most High marched down for me against the mighty. From Ephraim, their root, they marched down in the valley, followed by Benjamin with your kinsmen. From Machir marched down the commanders. From Zebulun, those who bear the lieutenant's staff. The princes of Issachar came with Deborah, and Issachar faithful to Barak. I love that part right there. Faithful to Barak was the men of war. That shows you the respect that they had for Barak, a man. Into the valley they rushed at his heels. They're willing to risk their lives for this man. Beautiful thing. Don't know hardly any people like that. I know a lot of them that talk it, but when it come time for warfare, I look around, I say, where you at? Where you at? I look around today. Where you at? They ain't nowhere to be found. But you get on the phone, you get in their person, you talk to them. Man, I risk my life for you. I will put down my life for you, Prince. Yeah, right. Sure you're right. Among the clans of Reuben, there were great searches of heart. Why did you sit still among the sheepfolds to hear the whistling for the flocks? Among the clans of Reuben, there were great searchings of heart. Gilead stayed upon the Jordan. And Dan, why did you stay with the ships? Asher sat still at the coast of the sea, staying by his landings. Zebulun is a people who risk their lives till the death. Naphtali too, to the heights of the fields. Zebulun, Naphtali, and Benjamin went down and fought that battle. Beautiful piece. The kings came. They fought. They fought the kings of Canaan at Tanakh by the waters of Megiddo. They got no spoils of silver. They didn't even get paid for risking their lives. That's what loyalty is all about. That's what commitment is all about. They got no spoils of silver. From heaven the stars fought. From their courses they fought against Sisera. What she's really saying here is that the angels possessed the men and fought the war. The torment Kishon swept them away. The ancient torrent, the torrent Kishon, march on, my soul, my mighty. Then loud beats and horses' hoof with galloping of his steeds. Curse Miraz, says the angel of the Most High. Curse his inhabitants thoroughly, because they did not come to the help of the Most High, to the help of the Most High against the mighty. Most beloved, now this is my part right here that set this story in the proper tone. Most beloved, a woman be Yael, the wife of Heber the Kenite. Of tent dwellings women, most blessed. Now, this is the part where the prophecy was showing that it was being fulfilled. He asked for water, she gave him milk. Why did that happen? He asked for water, he would have still been woke. Or chances are he would have took a long time to fall asleep. But she gave him milk. She filled his stomach to help him to go to sleep. She brought him curds in a noble bowl. She treated him respectfully when she was deceiving him. She sent her hand to the tent's peg and her right hand to the workman's mallet. She struck him in the head. She struck Sisera. She cursed his head. She sent her hand to the tent's peg and her right hand to the workman's mallet. She struck Sisera. She crushed his head. She scattered the pieces and pierced his temple. Between her feet, he sank. He fell. He lay still. Between her feet. This is deep. He lay still between her feet. He sank, he fell where he sank. There he fell dead. Out of the window she peered. The mother of Sisera wailed through the lattice. Why is his chariot not long in coming? Why is his chariot so long in coming? Why tarry the hoofbeats of his chariots? Her wisest princess answered, indeed. She answered herself, have they not found and divided the spoil? She was used to her son winning wars, but she didn't know her son was waging war with the children of Israel, with the most high power of all creation. She had no idea her son wasn't coming home. A wound or two for every man spoiled the dyed material for Sisera. Spoil of dyed material embroidered, 2 pieces of dyed work embroidered for the neck as spoil. So may all your enemies perish, O Most High, but your friends be like the sun as he rises in his might. And the land had rest 40 years. Midian oppressed Israel. May the Most High be praised. And that's my portion for today. I thought that was a beautiful portion. I just couldn't wait to bring it out. I wanted you all to hear that between her feet was a powerful statement and not a derogatory and negative, as you would think between her feet might lead you to believe. It was a beautiful statement. Another victorious woman in Israel who showed that women have a job to do other than just cooking your bread, washing your clothes, and sex, having your babies. When a woman is in tune with the Most High, she's a special breed. When a woman is in tune with the Most High, she has a special character. When a woman is in tune with the Most High special, he finds special use for her in this earth. I am so grateful for all you women out here today who has aligned yourself appropriately with the Creator, our King. I am so grateful. I know that you're going to bring about great things. I know that you're going to do great things. I know you're going to run your household greatly, and other things that you got to contribute to the nation will be great and fine and beautiful. Because anytime a woman is aligned with the Spirit of the Most High, she can produce nothing but greatness, excellence even. Those are the women that you can safely trust in. And I'm so glad that the Most High has brought this scripture to my knowledge so that I can read and learn and understand and see that we do have great women in Israel. Last week we read about a woman. What was that woman's name about did anybody know the woman we read about last week? Anybody know her name? Starts with a Y. Anybody knows her name? The woman we read about last week, her name was Yahudith. Beautiful woman. Saved Israel. Now we read about Yael. Beautiful woman. Saved Israel. And we're so grateful for the lives of these women. For a lot of us wouldn't be here if those women didn't do what they did. Because we are a direct lineage of those men who lived thousands of years ago that those women helped to preserve. Some of us could have came directly from them. And we got a lot to be thankful for. All praise, all glory, all honor goes unto the Most High King of all creation. Toda Rabbah. All right. Shabbat Shalom. All right. The title is a little clickbaitish. Yeah, it's supposed to be. But you once explained that you use those titles to get people interested enough to click. I'm humbly delighted in today's lesson and fellowship. May the Most High be praised. I'm happy to be of service. Happy to be of service. May the Most High be praised. Ima, do you have any announcement for the people? If you have any questions, then please ask your questions, post your questions, or you can take the mic and ask your questions. If there are any questions, please ask your questions. If there are no questions, you might have some comments. If there are any comments, please post your comments. Are there any questions or comments at this time, family? Ima, are you present, Ima? All right. Anyone want to close us out in prayer? Would anyone like to close us out in prayer? Ima, do you have any announcements?
I was just saying I can't turn on my camera because I have a baby. But, yes, just a reminder of the holy days coming. September 13th is Yom Teruah. September 22nd is Yom Kippurim, and the 27th through the 4th is Sukkot, week of booths. And those are all tentative based on the moon sighting, but those have been put on our calendar, the One Nation Calendar Coalition. That means if it's the 13th, that means it comes in on the 12th at sunset, all day the 13th.
I thought it was the 14th, Eva.
It's the 13th. It's the 13th. So please, you're welcome to come and do the holy days with us. Reach out to my Ish or myself for more information. And that's it. And school starts August 31st.
This holy day, this holy month that's coming up is the month Itanim, the 7th month of the Hebrew calendar. Itanim is the 7th month, and it holds more holy days than any other month. Itanim. The first one we have is Yom Teruah, is the day of the noise, the day of the blowing. The next one we have is Yom Kippur. We all know what Yom Kippur is, the day of the covering, when our sins will be covered. And then we have Sukkot, Shavuot, Sukkot, not Shavuot, Sukkot. And Sukkot lasts for 8 days. And that's when we come out and we dwell in booths for 8 days, or we dwell in booths for 7 days, and we honor the Most High on the 8th day. Are there any questions or comments, family? Anyone, any questions? And if any of you are interested in coming down to the land, doing this as a family, as a community this season, then let us know. Give us a heads up and we'll make preparations for you. All you got to do is show up. We got tents. We got all the accommodations that you would need. You just need to get here and we'll take care of everything else. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Do we have anybody who would like to close us out with prayer? Is there anyone who would like to close us out with prayer? I do know that there's a time delay in certain places, in certain regions. Therefore, I'm trying to give it a little bit more time. Thank you, nephew. Nephew Colin in the house. May the Most High be praised. All right, we're going to close out, family. Can we all rise, please, and face the east? Can we all rise, please, and face the east? Abi, where Abanu, Salak Lanu Kito, Anaknu Osi Lifneata. Salak Lanu, Salak Li, with Salak Lanu. Potain Lanu Delik Shaka, Asher Naknu Hosin Diametica. Na Abi, Potak Lavin call Israel. Na Abi, with Yaladim. Habarim, call Yisrael Abi, Poteach Lavin, Tenanu Ruach Shelka, Benefesh, call Yisrael. Great and mighty King, Master of all creation, we pray unto thee for permission to approach unto your throne. Abi, אני רוצה לאחרי, לפני אתה, Abi. Father, thank you for your mercy, your protection, your guidance, and your blessings. Father, thank you for allowing our eyes to awaken up on another Shabbat day, this beautiful Shabbat day that you have blessed us with. There are so many who did not get to see this day. We are grateful that you have chosen us. And for anyone who did not get to see this day, we ask that you will be with their families, bless their families, and give them the comfort and the protection that they need to safely put their loved ones to a permanent rest. All praise, all glory, all honor belongs unto thee. We thank you at this time, Father, also for delivering unto us this words of this message, so that we can see these scriptures with a new light. Thank you for using us, every one of us, to be here on this day to witness this magnificent feat. You are powerful. You are mighty. You are our King. And without you, there is no us. We would not be, we would not exist. Without your compassion, your mercy, and your kindness, there would be no Israel. For you would have destroyed us many, many years ago. You cried out to Moshe and said to Moshe, stand aside, let me destroy them. But because of the mercy of Abenu Moshe, you held back your hand, and we are grateful. We are so thankful, Father, for we are here this day honoring and worshiping you as a result of your mercy throughout history that you have shed upon us, your people. There are so many of us who did not make the cut, but there are so many more of us who did. And we're grateful for the lives of each and every one that you have risen up in this day and time to teach your truth with a sincere, humble, and committed heart. No one is perfect. We all have some type of default or deficiency or error within our ways. But we ask, O Most High, that you will not hold that accountable against us, but that you will remove that from us and perfect us. That we may perfectly serve your children and teach your children how to come together, how to worship you, and how to be obedient to your every command. How to provide for their children, and how to eat the right, safe things for their lives. Great art thou, Most High, our Father, and great are thy mighty works. The whole earth is full of your glory. All praise, all glory, all honor belongs unto thee, now and forevermore. And we all say, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbi. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. Toda Rabbi. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for he is King. Toda. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. And Shabbat Shalom to the rest of you who are listening in but not speaking up and not making yourself known. If you missed the first part of the class, go back and watch the class over and over and over and over until you get the fulfillment of it. This was a very good class again. Another good class. I must say, we do what we do. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Ima? Shabbat Shalom Lakim.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. Had a lot to do, you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah Land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah Land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
But it's kind of tough. It all could change up in a minute. As fast as change clothes out the